Where regular maintenance is not undertaken, the amount of effort that has gone into building the toilets over the last 4 years and the investment made to bring about behavior change in communities is laid waste. The focus of SPM2 is on better O&M scheduling and innovation in treatment of the fecal sludge, and hence becomes then a critical complement to India's long-term ODF status. With these preliminary remarks, I now welcome the chair of the India Sanitation Coalition, Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, to open today's proceedings.
Thank you, Natasha. Good afternoon to all of you. Delighted to be with you again today. And I thought I would take the opportunity to recap some of the very important proceedings and thoughts and deliberations of yesterday. For those of you who were there, a reminder, and for those who weren't, to let you know what we've captured. And of course, all of this is available on the website and on YouTube, on our India Sanitation Coalition website and YouTube as well. So we started the day with pretty much the who's who of the sector with Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. He spoke of the 5 Ps of SBM: political will, public financing from Government of India, partnerships, people's participation, and persuasion. And he talked about how these drove the world's largest behavioral change program in sanitation, and how it enabled the government to make 11 crore toilets and change the behavior of 60 crore people of India to stop open defecation in the country. And there was also much comment about how governments around the world, Africa, Southeast Asia, have been tapping into India to understand how we achieve this. So under ODF Plus, the government is looking at sustainability around SLWM and promoting waste to wealth. And some notable focus areas, according to these FSM guidelines and policy, with incentivization as well, is around community sanitary complexes in villages where there is a demand. The construction of these CSCs is also expected to generate employment during the pandemic. We then have Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary DDWS, that is the Drinking Water and Sanitation Ministry, where again there was much dwelling on the SBM and the nature of the Jan Andolan and how 55 crore people were approached to behavior change in a manner where there is indeed results that are coming in, and efforts from multiple stakeholders where he basically included the entire string from the Prime Minister downwards, which is the famous PM, CM, DM trio, but most importantly, supported by the DCs, that's the district collectors and the mukhyas, down at the grassroots level. And the fact that the return on investment was 4 times in terms of measuring it of gains in health, savings, and income. And I think this is the critical aspect of sanitation, that we look at the gains in terms of health, and because of the savings on health, we get the savings and income into the hands of those that need it most. SBM2 builds on SBM1, and it's a bigger challenge with as we go forward, particularly given the sustainability lens, which we discussed at some length yesterday. There was, I think, much relief, but also lauding of the fact that while there were large budgetary cuts across the water and sanitation ministries, thanks to the 15th Finance Commission's tied funds of 30,000 crores plus, water and sanitation was a big beneficiary of that 30,000 crores, where 50% is allocated to sanitation and 50% to water and provision of water. And then, of course, in addition to that, the NREGA investments and money, which government is spending, and private sector investments form a key part of filling in the gaps. We then went on to the very critical function of yesterday, which was our award ceremony, and hopefully some of you saw the video of our awardees, even as you logged in this morning. Dr. Mashelkar, who needs little introduction, he chaired our jury yet again this year. He has been our chair from the outset, and he lauded the numerous innovations that have sprung up during SBM and dwelled on the fact that many of our awardees go on to achieve greater heights. I'd like to believe because of some of the accreditation we provide through the award as well. And we talked about Bandicoot, which is a device for cleaning sewers and septic mechanically. And it has in fact gone on to win other awards and indeed look at replacing manual scavenging completely. And we need to see more of these, and we will award more of these as we go forward. We had Minister Hardeep Singh Puri as Minister of Urban Affairs address the whole issue around ODF Plus, where we look at our urban local bodies and how they are performing. And there is cause for celebration there, even while we look to address the whole area of treatment. 76% of the wards have implemented waste segregation as we move beyond just fecal sludge to other areas of waste, and looking at the waste to wealth scenario as we go forward. The Nal Se Jal, government's program for piped drinking water, is also linked to better wastewater treatment. And we work on this in the India Sanitation Coalition, but also through the FICCI Water Mission, where we look to recover water, whether in the village areas as grey water or indeed wastewater in the urban environment. And we then had our first panel discussion, which was chaired by Neeraj Jain, who has in fact been with our India Sanitation Coalition right from the outset as we looked to shape what the India Sanitation Coalition would look like. And Neeraj managed this panel in a very interesting way, drawing out panelists on the points that in fact emerged from these discussions were the basic principles of political leadership, public finance, government investment, and partnerships being key. So multiple stakeholders, but playing together and joining hands in partnership to work as we go ahead. The other area, which of course is critical, is the interconnection between sanitation and hygiene, which is very much the subject matter of Conclave, and that hygiene is a key behavior that needs to be addressed along with sanitation, that toilets alone are not going to improve health. And as we look at hygiene, the important messaging there was it's not just good enough for corporates to look at hygiene at the workplace. We have to also look at hygiene and the way our workers and people live. So it's work and home, and the habits that are formed at work being taken back to the home, as also the infrastructure at the home. The program has to be packaged in an integral way and not be just standalone. And I think this is always an issue because we look at sanitation separately, water separately, health separately, and nutrition separately, whereas in fact, all four are completely intertwined. There was some discussion by the panel on communication, and it was important and highlighted that the issue that needs to be addressed is what is in it for me? A question every stakeholder asks before becoming a partner. And the messaging thereafter has to be visible with role models acting out the behavior intended to be changed and altered. So many such very exciting inputs. And I think the key message there was that what the COVID pandemic has highlighted to us is it is not enough for me to be safe. For me to be safe, everyone has to be safe. And without that, we are all at risk. So working as a community, working together to ensure that we have hygienic and healthy surroundings becomes critical. And that understanding and responsibility for each of us is an important aspect of the communication going forward. There was also some comment on individual household toilets being made available only if there's not enough space to build separate toilets, like in crowded urban slums. Community toilets should pretty much be the last option. And when constructed, safe maintenance systems and how they operate becomes very critical, rather than just building the block in itself, because otherwise it can become a major site of contagion. And there was some touching on the plastics and medical waste aspect of the COVID crisis, which also needed addressing. We then had a session on wash in schools, and looking at the school as a key agent of change, with children taking those messages and good habits home, was a very important takeaway. In this context, the Reckitt Benckiser Hygiene Promotion Program in schools aims to provide total solutions in schools, both soap and water, and influence hygienic behavior. And the good news there is the measurement of social return on investment was assessed at 1:33. So for every 1 rupee spent, the return is 33 rupees, which is really quite phenomenal in terms of the social benefit estimated. Important interventions that have been provided through this program are both to students and teachers. And I would encourage all of you to take a look at these comprehensive packages, because much of it has been specially designed in a back-to-school launch, where as schools reopen in the COVID environment, these could be invaluable in terms of the packages that are available, and they're available across languages. So a very exciting day all in all, and with learnings and a big call to action to all of us to take forward not only the learnings as we heard them yesterday, but indeed to continue to grow what we know is critical, the focus on sanitation in the country, and to look at the adjacencies around water and health, where sanitation becomes a key deliverer. So with that, we have a very important day set out for you. There's a huge focus on the treatment aspects, which we believe is a critical part of the ODF++ messaging from government as well. And as we do this, we have much knowledge to share with you. We have compendiums and papers that we will be sharing. And most important, we will have very informed panels which will comment on these important subjects. So with that, let me turn it back to Natasha. Thank you all for being with us today, and I look forward to having you engage right through to the end.
Thank you, Naina, for this recap of yesterday's events and your considered remarks on the same. Now I call upon the Secretary General of FICCI, Mr. Dilip Shenoy, to deliver his address. Mr. Shenoy has previously headed the National Skill Development Corporation as MD and CEO. He has previously been the Director General of the CII Confederation of Industry and also advises startups in the space of digital, livelihoods, education, and skills. Mr. Dilip Shenoy.
Thank you, Natasha, and let me begin by welcoming each one of you in this session. Thank you for joining day two. A very special welcome and thank you to the chair, Ms. Naina Kidwai, for not only being here and setting the day off with a recap of all what has happened. I think very essential for that from all perspectives. And also to thank all the senior officials from government and the NITI Aayog who have joined. The additional secretary, I saw he was there, and Dr. Bishwanath Bishoy is also there. So very warm welcome to you. You've heard the chair actually talk about the phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission, and of course the rural mission phase 2, and of course the 15 Finance Commission, which is ensuring that the 30,000 crores are available. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about the private sector initiative and lend a perspective to that. First of all of us at FICCI are thankful to the Sanitation Coalition led by Ms. Nana Kidwai as the chairperson, and also to Meenakshi and the team for ensuring that the government has actually identified private sector as a key stakeholder in achieving the mission of an ODF Sustainable India, both ODF plus and ODF plus plus cities, and wards have been defined as units that can sustain their status beside ensuring waste collection and sustainable solid waste management, including safe disposal of waste, water, and reuse, something which Naina talked about a bit earlier. Typically, a lot of people think of private sector engagement in the WASH segment as CSR investment in this space. I firmly believe that in addition to it, like we have ODF plus and ODF plus earlier, CSR plus, CSR plus plus, because I believe that when we look at the CSR spend in WASH over the last 5 years, what we see that on an average less than 600 crores has been spent in this sector. So, other than ramping up the spend, we need to think of a business proposition, which is actually the Sanitation Coalition is looking at. The CSR spend over the last 5 years and what was actually spent over the SBM over the same time frame through public and concessional financing, it comes out very clearly that industry has to do more than just CSR. And unless we do that, we are not going to find an answer to the country's sanitation, water, and hygiene challenges. And I think the COVID pandemic has actually showed us a way forward. Never before in the history of independent India, at least as far as I can remember, some historians may beg to differ, but I don't believe they'll find any instances that government across the center and states, and like you talked about the PM, CM, DM, and collector, in some cases the block officer, have ever put in such a coordinated effort and a concerted effort to actually what we would say is a health and hygiene challenge, which is this COVID-19. And we have actually inadvertently stumbled upon a mechanism that we can, share and take to other sectors of the economy, including the whole area of sanitation and hygiene. And one thing good, we have to move from anecdotal evidence to actually case studies and things, because one important thing to replicate successes, India is a land of many successful pilot projects, but when it comes to scale, we have a challenge. So how do we ensure repeatability of successful projects? And then we need to build evidence and really financial value across the WASH interventions, like Naina, when she was referring to one of the sessions yesterday, talked about the 1:33 return. I mean, if you can actually show that in terms of investment to a private company, you will actually have a cube, which could actually encircle the world maybe 2 times over. And I believe that businesses can and should be part of the solution to the global WASH challenge. Companies also are recognizing, and yesterday in the panels, we had many companies actually sharing what their best practices were, and it was beautifully summarized by the chairperson. And, there are global estimates. So if there's industry you're listening in here, you need to understand that every dollar invested returns about 5.5 times in benefits, and every dollar invested in drinking water supply actually gives you nearly 3 times the return. But quantification of monetary return is not the prime reason why a private sector needs to look at it. And I think it is just making sure that we leave the world a better place for our children and grandchildren, and for the generations that come is why the private sector needs to come in and actually invest here. Because as we go forward, in the world, water is going to become a very key commodity. In fact, even more important than oil and data, because a lot of people refer to data as a new oil currently, but I believe that water will be a huge challenge going forward. Because government is acting like a catalyst. There might be some things more that the government should do, but as industry, we should actually put forward that this is what industry will do. And in addition, if we could do this, if the government provides XYZ support, will a better way to actually approach it. I believe that the current platform of the Indian Sanitation Coalition Awards and the Conclave is a good catalyst to get more and more people involved in this journey. And we believe that as we have already shown to the world that we are already, ahead of the curve in the climate thing, it is possible to demonstrate similar outcomes even before, the projected end date of 2024 here. We can accelerate the whole program if we build on the 5 Ps as mentioned by the minister, and the partnership one is the key one where industry and government can work together. So again, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this program, and thank you for your leadership, and thank each one of you in whichever small role you are playing. And there's no small role here because it's drops of water which make a mighty ocean. And here, if we recycle the drops of water, and if we ensure that no drop of fecal sludge actually goes out in the system, we can in fact transform lives of the billions of people on the planet, including India. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the great wisdom from the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shenoy. This has been a great start to our day 2 of the 4th edition of the ISC-FICCI Sanitation Conclave. And to have you share your vision and express your support for ISC in this journey is wonderful for us. The ISC, through its strong presence in the government that includes the Jal Shakti mission, bureaucrats and state-level partners, drives the sanitation agenda by curating valuable discussions highlighting significant localized interventions. The ISC, in its role of a coalition, has always sought to bring forth the best practices from the entire sanitation value chain. Previously, we had brought out business change, thinking beyond shitpots in 2018, followed by Business of Partnerships in 2019, both of which are available for viewing on our website. This year, we present to you Business of Change, Models of Success in Fecal Sludge and Septage Management. And to unveil the same, we would like to invite the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri.
Swachh Bharat Mission Urban was launched in 2014 by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji from the ramparts of the Red Fort with the vision of making India open defecation free by 2nd October 2019 as a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi ji on his 150th birth anniversary. Today, 4,337 urban local bodies in India are completely open defecation free, except 35 urban local bodies of West Bengal. We have further extended the remit of this work through the ODF Plus and ODF Plus Plus certifications to maintain and improve sanitation across the country. On 2nd October 2020, we celebrated the unprecedented success of 6 years of this mission. We reiterated how citizens of urban India had come together to turn Swachh Bharat mission into a Jan Andolan. I believe that the success of the Swachhta movement should be attributed to the political will and determination synchronizing with the wholehearted participation of the common citizens. The overwhelming participation of the development partners, private sector players, Swachhta ambassadors, Swachhta Grahis, and our community-led network has helped create a sustainable behavioral impact across the country. The India Sanitation Coalition, led by Naina Lal Kidwaiji, has strongly complemented the government's programmatic efforts as we have progressed towards achieving a Swachh Bharat. India Sanitation Coalition has been forging partnerships with allied organizations to lead the discourse on sustainable sanitation and disseminated best practices in the sanitation advocacy space. They have also provided inputs for the policy aspects of sanitation through stakeholder engagements. In line with the government's vision of providing sustainable sanitation to all, what is now needed is to conserve every drop of water by protecting our water bodies through safe and sustainable fecal sludge management and wastewater treatment and reuse. This compendium, Business of Change, Models for Success in Fecal Sludge and Septage Management, which is going to be released today, is a much needed compilation of successful cases of FSM, fecal sludge management, in the country. We need such publications that capture lessons indicating operational approaches and solutions for the planners and sector practitioners. I am happy to release the compendium today at the India Sanitation Conclave 2020, which will serve as a knowledge bank and best practices sharing platform that reinforces the build, use, maintain, treat theme. The treat component in the sanitation value chain has assumed even more significance amid the COVID-19 outbreak, as we can protect our citizens through good hygiene. My best wishes to the India Sanitation Coalition team as they release these state-level case studies to catalyze FSM intervention across the country to achieve a cleaner and healthier India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and for such solid encouragement to the ISC that always keeps us motivated to do our best. I'm now going to pause and thank each and every one of our wonderful audience that has registered and participated and is today watching this mega event live from the comfort of their homes and are not only engaged but also adding to the dialogue around the Swachhta that ISC is building. I will now hand over to Meenakshi Diwan, our CEO, for the next session. Meenakshi, over to you.
Thank you, Natasha. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session on Sanitation Targets of SDG 6.2, Thinking Goes Beyond Piped Sewers. Citywide inclusive sanitation rests on 4 actionable pillars. Prioritize the human rights of citizens to sanitation, to be equitable and accessible for all. Deliver safe management along the whole sanitation service chain from the toilet to safe treatment and reuse. Integrate sanitation in urban planning and renewal, providing livable and sanitary environments, and commit to working in partnership to deliver citywide inclusive sanitation, including formal and informal partners. Looking at the criticality of citywide inclusive sanitation, ladies and gentlemen, let me have the pleasure of introducing to you our panel of speakers. I welcome Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra, Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, as the chair of the panel. Mr. Mishra has served in various key positions for both the Government of India and the Government of Uttar Pradesh during his career. We have Professor Meera Mehta, who is a professor emeritus at University and the executive director of the Center for Water and Sanitation. She has over 45 years of experience in water, urban development and infrastructure finance. Her experience spans countries in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. We also have Ms. Madhu Krishna, who leads the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's India Initiative on water, sanitation, hygiene, and manages a portfolio of work at both national ministries and 5 focus states and over 40 implementing partners. She has been a development professional for over 25 years with a special focus on program design, evaluation policy, and advocacy across initiatives including sanitation, public health, agriculture, and livelihoods and women's empowerment. Mr. Nicholas Osbert, Chief, Water, Sanitation and Hygiene at UNICEF India, New Delhi. He is a chartered architect specialized in urban development in developing countries as well as water and sanitation engineer. He has over 20 years work experience in WASH and public health in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. We also have with us Ms. Linda Strand, Senior Research Scientist and Acting Department Head, SANTEC, Swiss Federal Institute of Aquatic Science and Technology, Dubendorf, Switzerland. The overarching goal of her research is to increase scientific knowledge for the application of sustainable urban excreta and water waste management technologies. We have with us Mr. Sesank Velidandla, who is an advisor, Program and Management, WASH Institute, India. He has diverse experience of almost 20 years in industry, entrepreneurship, and non-profit sector. He is an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and for the past 10 years, Sesank has been working on sustainability, decentralized water and waste management, solid waste management, and fecal sludge management. Sesank has recently co-authored a report titled Business Models in FSM in India, which has been published by the International Water Management Institute with partial support from WASH Institute. The publication presents 18 business models and 36 FSM cases implemented in India. The report attempts to promote sustainable sanitation by focusing attention on business models from across the value chain, from toilets, containment units, to reuse of fecal sludge. Sesank will moderate the session. Over to you, Sesank.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Meenakshi, for the very kind introduction, and more importantly, for giving me the opportunity to talk to such a brilliant set of panelists. I will start off by taking a few minutes to share a bit of context around what urban sanitation is and the challenges around it. So today we're going to talk about how urban sanitation is going to achieve SDG target 6.2, which in plainer language is 100% safe sanitation, adequate and inclusive in urban India. And so this is the planning aspects of this, the thinking aspects of treatment, how to provide sanitation in urban India can be very, very challenging because the landscape of sanitation in urban India varies very widely. Just to put that into pictures, the landscape varies from high rises to very dense settlements. It varies in terms of development, in terms of topography, in terms of how we reach the rich and the poor, in terms of horizontal expansion, how our cities have spread over the past 15-20 years, in terms of the urban sprawl is what we call. These are all issues which are faced by our ULB practitioners, our people on the ground who have to deal with a very varied set of circumstances. If you see how our cities have grown over the past 10 to 15 years, the infrastructure always lags the growth. And so when we come to the problem of providing sanitation or treatment infrastructure across these cities, we have to look at multiple solutions. We have to look at various approaches which are contextual to what is happening in those cities. And that is where we will focus today with the help of our esteemed panelists. This is again another city, a mid-tier city in India, which is experiencing vertical growth, not as much horizontal growth. And so again, a different kind of challenge in terms of how we approach urban sanitation here. So the various contexts, again, a small town in India, a medium to small town in India, which has a sort of isolated pocket surrounded by agriculture. So it presents its own context, its own different challenges. All of these, again, 6 Himalayan states where the topography is extreme, where the challenges of reaching the households which are inaccessible. So this is again a different context. So urban India presents challenges to sanitation practitioners, which vary from a lot of socio-economic, planning, topographic, climate, and so various different types of dimensions along which this has to be thought through. This is the context which our panelists will address today. We have, this is a technical on-ground context, but as we heard from my previous speakers, a lot has been done to address all of these issues. We have had a brilliant program of Swachh Bharat Mission in the last 5-6 years, and we have made tremendous progress in addressing these concerns of ours. The COVID pandemic, as we talked about a little earlier, also brought into stark relief why this is so important and how brilliantly we have addressed the issues raised by the pandemic. So the context is there, the issues are there. We have made a great start in addressing these issues. I would now invite our chair, Sri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to make his opening remarks and start off the panel today. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Is my voice being heard? Shashank,
Yes, sir.
my voice being heard?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes,
sir,
sir.
yes, it is now.
Yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everybody who has joined this discussion today, and a warm welcome to my partner panelists who are going to be discussing a very, very important topic, that is achieving SDG Goal 6, Target 6.2, thinking goes beyond piped sewers. Thank you, Shashank, for giving this background. I will only dwell upon basics and then pass on to my panelists. Maybe towards the end, I would like to conclude. You gave a scenario of the different tiers of the cities and the kind of sprawl or the kind of different nature of development taking place in the cities. It goes beyond, there is no need to explain this. Urbanization is a natural phenomenon. The world has experienced this, so is our country experiencing it right now, and it is moving at a very, very fast pace. Our population growth in the urban areas was far more than that in the rural areas from the 2001 to 2011 census. And when we have the next census, it is going to go further. This is, whatever we do, there is going to be natural, the urban areas are going to pull people, it is going to grow. It's just a question of whether we allow it to happen just like this, or we take certain measures so that urbanization also leads to providing proper civic amenities to the people, providing a kind of ecosystem wherein every individual who is moving from the rural to the urban areas, from the small town to the bigger town, gets an opportunity to realize his best. Whatever potential he has, he may be expert in any field, let him realize his best in the interest of his own family, in the interest of his city, in the interest of the nation. So he becomes a positive contributor to the economy. That is what is needed. That's what is needed. Well, it is not business as usual that you might have realized, and you just heard our Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs prior to this panel discussion. Right from 2014 onward, there have been a concerted effort of urbanization to giving it a shape, giving it a kind of a giving it some kind of a direction in which it is regulated, and we are able to provide ease in living to our citizens. Whether it is Swachh Bharat Mission, which has had a tremendous progress in the last 6 years. If I share you the numbers are really astounding. Or it is Amrut Atal Mission for urban rejuvenation and the transformation. Again, the numbers are, the numbers and the results on ground, the way it has brought water and sanitation into the focus in the cities, which are 500 cities whose population is more than 100,000. That's also very important. Whether it is Smart City Mission, where the 100 cities are working like lighthouses, and they are coming up with various kinds of things. The results were very, very positively discussed in the social media, print media, in the public, how they have addressed and how they have become leaders in addressing the pandemic COVID-19. Whether it is housing for all, housing for all, it was just unimaginable when the Honorable Prime Minister, envisioned that everybody must have his own house, and that too by 2022, when the country celebrates its 75th year of Indian independence, and it is now going to happen. It is already, we are already there. We have sanctioned 109 lakhs houses. We have already grounded more than 68 lakhs. We have delivered more than 35 lakhs houses, and things are well on track so that we are able to do it there. And so in the urban livelihood issues. The day envelope. So that when the people migrate from the rural to the urban areas, they need to acquire skills. They need to be handheld so that they are able to address various issues, and they are able to increase their total economic ability. So this has been there. In fact, the focus of all, various kinds of the government programs have been various kinds of the missions. They're not the programs, they're not the schemes, they're the missions. They're all running with a time track. With a time track, they have to achieve in a certain period of time. That everything is to improve the sustainability, to improve economic ability, and to improve livability of the people in the urban area. We are going to expand it further. But let me stop it here. I will one learning which we have done over the last many things is urban planning is the key to all this. All that problem which we have in the urban areas, if we are able to address the planning right in the beginning, maybe most other problems will not come, whether it is infrastructure for sanitation, whether it is for housing, whether it is for transport, whether it is for providing various kinds of amenities. Urban planning is key to it. And that is why, in collaboration with the CEPT University, we instituted a program called TPS Town Planning Scheme, local area planning. That is for the brownfield development as well as for the greenfield development. We come out with the module and train all our urban planners. We have the town and country planning wings in different states. We want to plan them, we want to train them, all the town planners, so that they are able to plan their areas which are already existing in a brownfield development, or they plan their new areas which is the greenfield development in such a manner that we get the best out of the land which is available. We get the best resources out of whatever is available, so that we are able to do a good planning. The transport as well as, which is a big challenge, and the challenge of the clean air is a big challenge, and many things contribute to that. If the planning is such that the urban planning and the urban transport planning go hand in hand, then people may not have to travel so much, or maybe they can cover most of the things either on foot or through the cycle or through such non-motorized transport. And if at all it is needed, they can take a mass rapid transport. In fact, on the transport front, we have developed, the kind of progress we have made. almost 700, more than 700 kilometers of metros under operation, more than 1,000 kilometers of metro under construction right now, almost like 900 kilometers under planning. All these things are astounding. But the basic is the planning, urban planning. We have realized that, and with the help of our CEPT University, with the help of the World Resource Institute, with the help of other expert bodies, we are into making every urban planner learn this basic planning so that the future is not as difficult as it is right now. Otherwise, we keep on adding the infrastructure and the planning itself is not, the basic planning is not good. The challenges will keep coming, whether it is today or tomorrow. So I think this is in brief. I will say that recently we have also started is affordable rental housing complexes. You may be aware. This is our learning from our pandemic. During pandemic, the scheme was launched and it is doing really good. That why is there so much of slums? We realize the slums are there because people are not given houses at affordable rate on a rental basis close to the places where they have to work, whether it is industry, whether it is the housing, big housing complexes in Bombay or big cities you go, you'll find next to the housing complex there'll be slums. Next to the big commercial center, there'll be slums. Next to the industry, there'll be slums. Why is that? Because people are there. They do not get that affordable rental housing facilities. So now that's another program which the government of India has launched, a program for the street vendors who are, you'll find that people hang around here and there. It's a huge progress. You can watch our ministry's website and see the kind of progress which is there. These are the two new things which has come out of the COVID-19 pandemic. During this, our realization, and then this is going in a big way. So I think the key to the whole thing, to provide this SDG 2.0, I'm not going into the specifics because the specific, I know you are all aware, we are doing very well on the waterfront, water sanitation. Madhu is here. She knows what amount of work we have done in the fecal sludge and septage management. Meera is there from CEPT University. She is aware of what things are being done in different places. But I find the key is the urban planning, and where the government of India has put a big focus on it. We are going for more and more into using the satellite data coming out of the physical form of planning, master planning. Now all our 500 cities are in the process of getting the master plan on GIS so that we know where we are, what we are, and then we can plan things, we can move forward. That's also our learning from the smart cities, and we want to take that forward. I stop it here and request my panelists to start. In fact, I'll request Sasank to kindly do the honor for me for some time because I was getting a call in between, so I have to go and take that call before I join here. So you can kindly ask the other panelists to go ahead. I will join in a couple of minutes after I take my call. Thank you. Well, I'm joining you from my home right now because I had been under COVID-19. I was detected COVID positive almost 15 days back. Now I'm out of it, but for a few more days, I will continue working from home. And thereafter, I'll go back to my office possibly next week. Thank you. So kindly continue. I will join after 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your spending the time with us. Thank you for making these comments about how the government has done so much. The Day NULM program, the street vendors program, affordable housing program for COVID, all of these point to this one thing around how our cities and towns have to be made livable, how people's potential has to be maximized, and sanitation plays a very important role in that. I will now turn to my esteemed colleagues on the panel. Madhu, I'll start with you. We have, sir has discussed, a lot of efforts that the government has done, starting right from the Swachh Bharat mission, which, as the Honorable Minister said, has celebrated its 6th year recently. So a lot is being done already on the sanitation front. How has this gone in relation to the key things of sanitation, adequate and inclusive, the two keywords that we will keep coming back to in our discussions today? How have we done with respect to those? What should we be doing as we go forward in order to reach target 6.2 SDG?
Thanks, Shashanka. I know big questions. I know that Mishra sir had laid out, and so did you, all of the success. And I think if we were to talk to an international audience, it would be pretty mind-boggling at the scale and speed at which India has moved on some of these large schemes, sitting at what we consider an international foundation, but very close partner, as you know, the Gates Foundation is, with many of these efforts, across from the Swanidhi scheme, which is the street vendor, which is this, one, again, when we even look at the numbers, we're quite surprised at the fact that the ambition was to get 5 lakh street vendors enrolled, and already 2.6 lakh street vendors have been enrolled. And, the idea is to provide them 10,000 rupees as a short-term, no interest loan for getting back on their feet, right? And of which already 750,000, 7.5 lakh rupee loans have been sanctioned, and they're all being disbursed. I'm sorry, 7 whatever crores. So it's a really, really amazing speed at which the government of India is able to move around this. And I think Swachh Bharat also showed that ambition to many other sectors, and especially within the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And Sir has talked about all of that. So we've been appreciated. The other thing I think that most folks don't know is how quickly the government moved from its core agenda. When Swachh Bharat was announced, it was really an open defecation free India agenda. But as early as 2016, when we started working with them along with our partners with the ministries, we were able to bring this whole arc of a sanitation value chain. And the fact that open defecation free agenda is the first step, but the end goal for all of us, of course, is the safely managed sanitation, which is managing, treating all of human waste. And it was actually quite exciting to be in those conversations because there was such high receptivity to saying, okay, yes, we've got this great agenda, which was ambitious in its own right, but for the urban ministry to also take on simultaneously a pretty ambitious program on fecal sludge and septic management, and being one of the first countries to announce a national policy, right? So I think those are all kind of huge call outs to what is already happening in this sector. And I was really happy to hear, the secretary talk about this whole need for urban planning. This is something that we absolutely believe in. However, we can't emphasize more than ever the need for it to become much more inclusive, much more bottom up rather than top down urban sanitation planning, right? Whether it is infrastructure or whether it is planning for roads, transformation, transport. If you don't bring into account the needs of what your communities want and actually have them play a role, then you land up with infrastructure which is not equitable. And we've seen some of that inequity playing out over the last 60, 70 years, both within cities. So while I appreciate all the attention to the 500 large cities, which carry the bulk of the population, so no doubt that they are important, but there has been somewhat of a neglect of resources to small and medium cities. And part of that is also that urban centers have also grown out, right? I mean, they maybe started as what we call large dense villages, then became small cities, then have become medium large cities, but not enough resource and attention was given to them. So that inequity exists today. And of course, in the area of sanitation and especially for treatment infrastructure, they have been completely neglected. So we have more than 3,500 cities. Now, of course, that is changing, which need a lot of attention on the full sanitation value chain, but especially on treatment infrastructure. And even within, as you showed in your pictures and Sir acknowledged, there has been also sort of center out. So the periphery, which is our urban poor, have been left out of urban sanitation planning. And once economic development happens, and it started in the early 90s, thank God for that for India. But this kind of outgrowth of both metropolitan cities and medium cities started happening, where large amounts of migration happened. And again, the COVID pandemic has shown us how disadvantaged those populations are, both in terms of their access to services, goods, protection, social and economic. And therefore, when we do this planning, and when if the ministry is shifting to a very, very systematic planning, I feel the planning has to be from the outside in. See what the needs of your most neglected populations are and understand that this is going to be a trajectory for the next couple of decades, that populations will come to these urban centers, especially as rural distress is likely to grow given pandemic has happened, and people will struggle to find places to get their economic activity going. We may see reverse migration. It's already happened back. So people are starting to come back, but we don't have the urban infrastructure. And again, if we plan from the center out, we'll go on seeing exaggerated inequities happening. So I think if we're embarking on this journey, if we're using GIS maps, it'll be really, really important to see. And in that, let me plug that FSM is one of the more equitable ways in which you can do it, because you're looking at decentralized solutions. You're looking at a way that is modular. Therefore, urban planners can then plan to provide equitable service delivery. And also for small and medium cities, later I have lots of other panelists who will talk about the need for these decentralized solutions for small and medium cities and proper resource allocation for them. So I'll stop there, but I think that's kind of the priority that we're seeing emerging.
Thank you, Madhu, for highlighting the fact that planning itself needs to change in its approach, how there is inequity between cities, inequity within cities when it comes to providing sanitation infrastructure. I will now move to Dr. Linda Strande. Dr. Strande, you have seen the challenges that Indian cities face. Some of it, I feel, is just the, like the Secretary Sir said, just the inability to keep up with the natural phenomenon of urban growth. It almost seems like on a technological planning front, we need a fast, easy to deploy solution to keep up with the basic sanitation needs of a growing city, and then perhaps look at things holistically from there. But having seen the context and having heard Madhu about the need for inclusion in planning, how would you look at Indian urban sanitation challenges? What would you tell us about how we can reach 6.2 target SDG?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It is indeed a very complicated one. First of all, I would like to stress that the solution requires an integrated approach incorporating many different levels of technical solutions, from sewers in dense urban city centers to sustainably managed fecal sludge management or non-sewered sanitation in rapidly growing areas on the edge of the city. We need to consider on-site containment, decentralized or community-level treatment, and where feasible, co-treatment with wastewater. And as Madhu said, the entire sanitation service or value chain. So for this approach to work, we need to think about the outcomes of sanitation, such as mitigating public health risk, environmental protection, safety, dignity, and even the economic benefits, and not from the perspective of building infrastructure. A focus on outcomes helps in customizing solutions to the available budget and local constraints. So from a technical perspective for planning, we need to develop tools and knowledge which are greatly lacking, but fortunately are rapidly increasing. For this, we need more actual field studies. For example, we do not even know the quantities and qualities of fecal sludge that are accumulating in cities that needs to be managed. So how can we design solutions if we don't even know what needs to be treated? So in that regard, we are developing and testing an approach for estimating quantities and qualities of fecal sludge at the community to citywide scale in partnerships with local municipalities and universities. So now we have over 1,000 data points from 6 cities around the world, and one of those cities was here in India, where we partnered with CDD in Sirsila, a town of about 80,000 people, to gather information on what is happening inside of 164 different on-site containments, both households and commercial. So we're conducting statistical analysis on this, and hopefully the results will help in developing management solutions and can even be transferred or applied to other similar cities in India. Together with CDD, we also evaluated the existing fecal sludge treatment plants in Bhubaneswar, Karanguzi, Devanali, and Puri. In the same, we're also working on developing new lower cost analytical methods and a textbook of standard methods for analyzing fecal sludge that will be coming out early next year. So we hope that with initiatives like this, more people will be gathering more data in a scientific fashion and sharing that data openly. So another example is also the SFD project, where partners that we worked with, such as CSE, we developed a standard methodology to evaluate the status of safely managed excreta in a city and communicate it in a simple diagram. And the SFD is a powerful tool for advocacy. And also, like Madhu said with GIS, what we need now for city planning with multiple solution approaches is to be able to view this type of SFD information spatially throughout a city. Where are the greatest needs and what are the specific conditions to be able to apply the most appropriate solutions in each area? And as you see on the shared screen, this is an example of an urban area where you have this high vertical growth in the core, and maybe there's a sewer-based solution, whereas on the outskirts of the rapidly growing fringe, you see that there's a need for multiple different solutions, and they all need to be integrated together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stande, for highlighting to us the need for a multi-solution approach for our cities. This multi-solution approach can take several different ways, and those are some things we have to explore based on the context that we are in. Thank you for also highlighting the desperate need for data on to help our planners to really visualize where we are going with our cities, and the various ways in which this data has to be sliced and diced. We will come back to you with a provocative question later in our interaction, but let me move to Professor Mehta. Ma'am, you've been in here and doing this for a very long time now. You have actually implemented a multi-solution approach along with several other states. Maharashtra has been in the lead for demonstrating to us what is possible in this. And you have probably answered two questions. One is, of course, how to deal at a rapid pace with growing cities, and also the questions that Madhu raised about how inclusion can be taken care of at the same time, and it is not an afterthought. Could you please share with us your experiences and what it is that it will take us to reach, like I said, adequate and inclusive sanitation? Thank you. You might have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thanks, Shashanka, and thanks to FICCI ISC for inviting me on this important panel. Let me start first by thanking Mishraji, Secretary, for calling out CEPT University for the work in planning that we do, urban planning, and the kind of work that you described that we are currently undertaking with respect to making the town planning scheme and that approach far more applicable throughout India, and which will lead to more systematic planning for sure. I also wanted to bring to your notice that we also do, as part of CEPT University, infrastructure planning along with urban planning, and we have courses on that. We have a course on sanitation, particularly, that we are now done with IHE Delft that we have recently started. And we have, where Dinesh and I are placed, the Center for Water and Sanitation, where the activities related to sanitation and water that we are carrying out. So that is the background of the work that we are actually doing. Just to come to the topic of sanitation, everybody has already talked about, and it's very important to keep in mind that we are not only talking of access to toilets, but also that we are really talking of the entire service chain. And since we are referring to Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, I am reminded of the pre-SDG era of the Millennium Development Goals, which actually only focused on access to a toilet. And I think the major change that has happened with Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, is to focus not only on access to toilet, but the entire service chain in looking at the sustainability of that entire service chain, and therefore the sustainable management of sanitation. This is, or safe management of sanitation. So these are very important departures from the way we looked at the problem and the solutions earlier. I hope am I audible? Can't see anything.
Yeah, Meera, you are.
Yeah, okay.
Very much, Priyaji. Very much.
Okay, thank you. Just to start with, however, though we need to look at the full service chain, let me start with the first point, which is the individual toilet. And as the Secretary Sir already
I think we've lost
Shanta, did we lose her? I think we've lost Meera, right?
Yeah.
achievement.
Meera, you'll have to repeat a little bit. We lost you in the middle.
Background, we can't help do this, that if we want to achieve universal coverage, what is the number of toilets we will still need? And our estimates, looking at census, we don't have very recent data, but census 2011 and certain projections, that maybe still we will need another 7 million or 6 million toilets to be really able to achieve universal sanitation. So I think even on that front, there is still a lot more that we need to do and we need to think about. And along with looking at sanitation at home in terms of individual household toilet, we also need to certainly focus on looking at sanitation in schools, in health institutions, even in our offices and karyalaya, as we would say in Hindi, that do we have adequate sanitation or not? And these are things that really need attention. But if we want to talk of safely managed sanitation, then we need to talk of conveyance and treatment. And that is something that in the past, the emphasis has always been on exploring the possibility of sort of laying down sewerage systems. But we also do know that a large proportion of urban population, in fact, relies on on-site sanitation. And if we want safely managed sanitation for the entire population, then it is absolutely essential that we introduce a properly functioning FSSM service throughout India, throughout urban India. And how do we do that is the question. And there are two parts to this in our view. One is the looking at what we call the desludging services, and second are the treatment services. So how do you do desludging services? And we've been talking of, everybody referred to inclusive, equitable kind of services that are absolutely essential. Sanitation is also in the nature of, to a great extent, a public service. If you lay down sewerage service, you don't really have a private sector agency running that service. And similarly, FSSM, to our mind, is largely a public service, which is a responsibility in most of our states for the local governments. Now, one idea that we've introduced in a few cities in Maharashtra, and we are now discussing with the state government to take this across many more cities in Maharashtra, is what we refer to as scheduled desludging, which is essentially providing a service so that everybody gets access to an emptying at affordable prices, which is linked to sanitation tax in our cities. And it is done once in 3 years, once in 4 years, once in 5 years, depending on the size of the tanks and local conditions and so on. This is something that has been successfully happening in Y and Sinnar, 2 cities in Maharashtra, through a PPP kind of arrangement. So the private sector is involved, but is engaged by the local governments. This is something we are very glad that the Swachha Sarvekshan of the ministry has also now introduced this as a major aspect in its measurement of ODF++ and so on. So this is extremely important. Scheduled desludging services, this was for the first time that it was done in YN Sinnar. But we feel that given the kind of success that is seen there and the fact that state government is thinking of scaling it up, means that it is actually possible to take it countrywide. It need not be only those models, it could be different models, and variety of delivery, service delivery models can actually come up. Now, beyond desludging, the second part that is very essential is treatment and reuse. And Linda also referred to that, Sashanka also referred to that. In the morning, Mr. Shenoy from FICCI said that we should not be talking of pilots only, and we should be talking at scale. And this is, that actually is like music to our ears, because this is the approach we also try to take in Maharashtra, but as Sashanka rightly said, through the NFSS Alliance in several states in the country. Because we work in Maharashtra, I will describe the Maharashtra experience, but this is happening across the country now. Odisha, AP, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, UP is also now beginning to do. So it's something that's happening.
Okay, it's come back. Thank you.
Sorry? So just to say that Sashanka was also referring to multi approaches. So it's not just one. So FSTP approach is one approach. In Maharashtra particularly, a large number of cities also have STPs already in place. So we are also, Maharashtra government has issued a government resolution that co-treatment must happen. And actually about 70 large cities, 35 large cities and other 35 cities are already in the process of doing co-treatment. Cities that have STPs also don't necessarily have sewerage for the entire population. Our analysis suggests that generally it is 50%, 60%. Other 40% actually still rely on on-site sanitation systems in most cases, except barring a few sort of very advanced cities. This is reality in most countries. So this are most cities. So this is in Maharashtra, state government has played a very proactive role to take these FSTPs throughout the state. It is currently in the process of implementing it across about 300 cities. 110, if I'm not mistaken, FSTPs are already operational and functioning. Another 50, 60 are under construction, slightly slowed down because of COVID. And a few others, in fact, which are Nagar Panchayats, which have recently been converted from villages, are facing land issues. And that goes back to, sir, your urban planning issues. In fact, today morning we had a meeting with the Secretary Maharashtra, and he said one of the main reasons for land not being available is the development plan has not been done for those smaller cities. So that is, there are very clear linkages of infrastructure, inclusivity aspect that we talked about, and the planning aspect. So broadly, this is the sort of story that I wanted to share. Let me stop, however, with one, and if Sashanka can help put up that one slide that I had, and I wanted to go back to the issue of SDG and show you the example of one city, Sinnar, how FSM can actually very clearly move the bar on achieving. If you see on the right-hand side, the city of Sinnar, which shows that in 1 year from 2018 to 19, how Sinnar has moved from almost 0% to something like 80% safely managed sanitation. And what is remaining is only because of the community toilets. So this is something that we need to, FSM as a way to achieve our SDGs in India is something that we need to talk about. And my last point is on monitoring. Sir, we have this, ministry has the service level benchmarks, and we have created a platform, an online platform for SDGs, which we had shown you also. This actually enables you to measure SDGs using the kind of information that is there. So this is something that we would also think it's an important part of our sanitation agenda to ensure that we have not only services, but good monitoring of the system also. Let me stop here. Shashanka, over to you.
Shashanka, I think you may be on mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Meera ma'am, for, first of all, for reminding us that the toilet program has to continue. Just as any other infrastructure, we need to keep doing it. And the momentum we have built will help us do that. Desludging, emptying, transport of excreta is something that is a readily available infrastructure through private operators, through your experience in Maharashtra, also through the ULB's efforts of providing such services across different states. Treatment, again, two types of solutions you've talked about: co-treatment in existing STPs, as well as setting up new FSTPs. So I think we already have 5 or 6 states which have taken the lead in this. The Odisha story has now become very famous. Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, AP, Telangana, UP. I think Chhattisgarh has done well. Jharkhand also is doing very well. So many states have actually adopted the multi-solution approach that Dr. Stande was talking about. And you have provided us how this is happening on the ground. Thank you so much for that. But the two important points you also made about, one was about planning, and the other about monitoring through the SLBs, and how the 6.2 data is to be tracked through that method. It gives us an excellent segue to go to our next panelist. Nicola, you are from the UNICEF, and this is the joint monitoring program and the reporting, and all of these concepts are to you, hosted by you in some sense. Would you please walk us through the whole concept? And also, since this is an area of interest for you, I also wanted to ask for your reflections around the one key P out of the 5 Ps that were mentioned, the partnership P, which especially with respect to how private sector MSMEs can engage in the sanitation sector in India in urban. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Shashanka. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here on behalf of UNICEF. So indeed, Shashanka and your panelists, it's really historical time to be working in India on water and sanitation on SDG 6.1 and 6.2. We had the Swachh Bharat Phase 1, and that was an outstanding drive. And now we have the Swachh Bharat Phase 2, that is probably even better funded than the Phase 1. And also we have this Jal Jeevan mission and many other flagship programs led at the level of the head of government. And this is really outstanding. These are outstanding examples of SDG in action if you look at what's happening globally in the sector. Because we are talking about universal access, public finance, partnerships, people's participation with the Janandalan, and monitoring and cross-learning. So that's a unique example in the world nowadays, and collectively we really have to make the best of it. As such, India has become a critical player, an inspiring player in the global dialogue on water and sanitation. We all could participate to this Mahatma Gandhi International Sanitation Convention in 2018. 50 ministers came to learn from India. As we speak, there are very interesting South-South collaboration ongoing with the government of Nigeria, with many other countries coming to India to learn. Of course, there are many challenges, right? Let's not be complacent. And as we say, the devil is in the details. And in India, on top of things, the devil is also in the scale and in the diversity of the context in which we work. And that makes the task all the more complex. On top of that, COVID has brought huge issues. We need much more precaution on how to deliver the wash services. We are facing budget restrictions in some areas, and risk of disruption of wash services. And we have hindered monitoring process. We cannot count on the MISs and the household surveys as we used to have data. And even when we had that, we heard from the other panelists that this is not enough to inform programming. So it's interesting time to work on SDGs, on the concept of safely managed, which means not just access to an improved facility, but also ensuring that the whole sanitation cycle is taken care of, and then there are no fecal sludge or fecal material released in the environment, because at the end of the day, this is about public health. Now, if we look more about urban wash at policy level, perhaps with all the changes which occur in the sector, it could be a good time to think about updating the national urban sanitation policy to reflect the changes and to reflect the ambitions of the government of India. And that revision could, highlight the shift that is being operated. And I hear that in all what I heard before. It's not more about provision of facilities. The idea and the accountability for sustainable services that meet the aspiration of the users is very much there. And with that shift, we also need to look in the issue of tariff setting and promoting the habit of pay as you use. I don't know of functionable wash services without tariff. You can have a public subsidy, you can have affordable tariff even for the poorest, but there is no such thing as free water and free sanitation. The right is to affordable water and sanitation services. Of course, wastewater treatment, fecal sludge management, solid waste cost money. And as the service level improve, we can count on a better adoption of the pay as you use system. And also we know that the issue of sanitation in urban areas is not just about systems and services, it's also about behavior change. We need the buy-in, we need the adoption of good practices, sorting waste, dropping waste at the right place, paying the bills. And if it's a free thing, it will be difficult to get the respect from the users and to value the service that is provided. But first, we need to improve it. And indeed, Sasanka, perhaps when you look back at the phase 1 of the Swachh Bharat mission, perhaps one of the missed opportunities, great achievements, but one of the missed opportunities would be a better involvement of the private sector as service providers. I'm not talking about corporates, mainly as service providers. That phase 1 was focusing on the twin pit toilets, one technology, one objective. But if we look at now the phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission, it's much broader. ODF sustainability, fecal sludge management, SLWM. So this requires a wider range of professionals and services, particularly for operation and maintenance of facilities. So, and in India, I'm coming from Europe, I find that India has an amazingly dynamic private sector that needs to be put to contribution with the right approaches. That will help to improve the quality of the services, to promote behavior change, and to boost the supplies to reach the last mile, the hard to reach people. That can also contribute to decrease the cost, and finally to generate jobs and socio-economic growth. We have seen those studies, one from the Indian Sanitation Coalition, estimating that the sanitation market of India is in the range of $30 to $60 billion. UNICEF carried out last year a macroeconomic impact evaluation of the Swachh Bharat mission, showing that it has generated 7.5 million full-time equivalent jobs in 4 years' time. So how to collectively improve the participation of the private sector? I guess the first thing is about regulation. The delegation of sanitation services to private operators requires innovative and pragmatic contractual and business models, which needs to be flexible to use the creativity of the private sector as possible, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Performance-based remuneration, for instance, payment against the volume of fecal sludge or solid waste disposed at the right place. There are many examples in India and out of India that we can learn from. We also need to help mitigating the risk for the private sector to invest. So we know that the ability of ULBs to pay is not even in India, and so we need some kind of service models with ring-fence payment and giving the private sector some financial guarantees by states so that we can favor their investment. And of course, while we delegate to private operators, we have to make sure that we keep the control in the hands of the Indian administration and the communities. It's a tripartite arrangement that we are talking about. To favor this participation of the private sector, we need to work on skilling professionalizing and licensing. This is also what regulation is about. Sanitation workers must be professional, trained, and equipped. In many countries, this is the case. It's not like a random person that all of a sudden become a sanitation worker. And we all know about the issues of sanitation worker in urban areas, particularly working in unsafety conditions. And so in order to do that, linking that performances to remuneration, that's an easy one. And again, ensuring that the services are provided by trained and equipped professionals. So as such, ULBs can perhaps little by little move away from delivering the service themselves directly and rather play the role to regulate, monitor the services, because all this performance-based remuneration requires strong and accurate monitoring. And we heard from previous panelists as well the gap here. And also the ULBs can stimulate and nurture people's participation, strengthen local governance for wash services, because this community ownership is crucial. With this regard, and I will end here, I just want to highlight one of the two things that we are working in that field, mainly for small towns, peri-urban areas. So we are working closely with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj and DDWS on wash and sanitation service level benchmarking. And so that we have a clarity of what is the acceptable performance of the services. This helps to sensitize the PRIs on the minimum service levels and to inform the public on their rights to receive high-level services, and also and to ensure the quality of the delivery, and to have an incentive on the pay-as-you-use system. It also helps to fix the responsibility and to also support more broadly the issues on environmental sustainability. And on the other hand, based on this service level benchmarking, we are working on simple models to contract small-scale service providers or SMEs. Simple models, we have turnkey servicing contract put in place, we have labor contracting models, and we have maintenance contracting, looking at equipment maintenance and servicing. And finally, the other area that we are working on, and the models exist and can be disseminated together with those ministries, it's this public-private community partnership to formalize it, ensuring that everyone plays its role, and whatever the use of the private sector, it remains under a public good and to meet the aspirations of the communities. I'll pause it now and wait if there are more debate moving forward. Thank you so much, Sasanka.
Thank you, Nicola. I think you've covered a very broad sweep of various supporting or ancillary activities which have to go along with the treatment infrastructure to make it sustainable and successful. And that broad sweep covered right from how that infrastructure can be paid for for the operations and maintenance of that thing, how private sector can come in as service providers, and how we de-risk the private sector when they come in as service providers so that they feel comfortable providing the services. Ultimately, I agree with you in some sort way, form or shape, we have to move towards citizens paying for sanitation. Like you said, I like the way you framed it. It's sanitation should not be free, but affordable. And that's the, I'm sure, the goal of every sanitation professional in India. Thank you so much for that. But, I will not let you go that easy. There is a question that I wanted to ask you and see if we have a good response to this. Linda has talked about, and Meera ma'am also talked about fecal sludge management, and the JMP actually has framed the reporting in such a way that it's about excreta management on-site or off-site. And the worry that many professionals in this country have is, are we focusing too much on FSM and not so much on the so-called larger problem of wastewater, which is flowing in open drains? So how do you see the JMP handling this, and what do you say to these professionals? And this question, I would request all the panelists to kindly pitch in and answer, starting with Nicola, and then we'll go to Dr. Stande, and then Meera ma'am, and then Madhu. I think Nicola is having a connectivity problem. Dr. Strande, would you?
Question.
Sorry, Nicola, we are, I think, having some connectivity issues. Can I come back to you? I would request Dr. Strande, if you can tell us about this dilemma that we have of us.
Yes, well, Sashanka, actually, I agree with that point. And that's why, exactly why, we need to think holistically about citywide inclusive sanitation and not separately about just fecal sludge or separately just about sewers. We need to realize the urgency of the current situation and act as quickly as possible to derive solutions to separate people from contact or exposure with excreta to protect public health. And the current reality is that there are a huge number of people that are not connected to sewers. There are pit latrines and septic tanks that are not properly maintained, and honeysuckers or vacuum trucks that do not have safe places to discharge fecal sludge. And that's the immediate situation that we need to manage. However, it's also important to keep in mind that we're not advocating for this current situation. So in parallel to managing it now, we need to come up with sustainable long-term approaches for the future. But we can't wait for these future solutions, and we need to take action now. So sustainable approaches need to include all scales of technology, and if properly managed throughout the entire service chain, on-site sanitation can provide a lower cost and more sustainable option than purely centralized sewer-based approaches. And one example of co-treatment could be with systems that have overflows like septic tanks. They could be connected to simplified sewers, which could reduce the downstream load and cost of treatment with co-treatment at a wastewater treatment facility. And this could work to provide access in areas of a city where conventional sewers are just not feasible.
Thank you, Dr. Strande.
Meera, Shashanka, can I
yes.
add in here? Yeah. So,
Yes,
you know, I completely think that the immediacy of the problem is important, right? The most toxic thing that you want to get rid of first in any city is human waste and excreta. And that's why there's this big and I think that is what the government of India, especially the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, understood, as I said, early in 2017, that this is a really, really important issue, needs to be addressed, has been neglected to some extent in our small and medium cities. Because like every other country, we did think about looking at centralized sewage treatment. But now that we have access to more models that can be implemented at scale, I think, you know, as I said before, India was the first country to announce a whole policy. It doesn't mean that there is a deprioritization or not a recognition, but there has to be a priority on how you move. The most important public health goal right now is to get rid of the most toxic black water. And in fact, in India, there is no such thing as pure gray water running through our cities. Because of the kind of unsanitary containment systems that most households have, actually there is a lot of mix. So if you can fix some of the septage problem, which is the regular desludging, etc., then you actually lower even the costs of the gray water treatment eventually as we come into that in our next phase. So I don't think, again, to reiterate what Linda said, it's not that you're looking at it in a very narrow, unidimensional way. Actually, FSM is a good pathway to have a more holistic sanitation wastewater treatment, especially for areas where it doesn't make sense to have centralized treatment. Eventually, because it's also modular, it helps even in bigger cities to do a complementary. If you have co-treatment and you have enough capacity, great. If there are other parts, you can put in an FSTP. Eventually, those can then be rolled out, and you don't, because you're not laying huge infrastructure. It's, you know, it's a small treatment plant. And I feel like the efficacy of that will continue because urbanization believes that way. And as I said earlier, if you plan from the outside in, there's much more relevance to having these kind of decentralized modular systems available to complement the bigger infrastructure projects that happen. So in fact, holistic sanitation planning, inclusive sanitation planning, where you do focus on the marginalized. And in fact, if you look at it, I would even go so far as to say, so far the state has been subsidizing the poor through centralized sewage systems. And it's a little bit unfair to say that FSM should become a business model, because for 70 years, nobody asked the question of STPs becoming business models. Those were considered as the right of the government and the right of the citizen to have safe treatment. And we are only saying that small and medium cities have to have that same right, and urban poor communities have to have that right. Absolutely pay, but institutional users, just like in, you pay to whatever you pollute. So if you have large buildings, and then you have methodologies like Mira talked about, the scheduled desludging, which is very equitable because you pay it as a part of your sanitation tax, which can be part of your property tax. Therefore, the poor will get the same quality of services, but don't have to pay the high cost that they are today paying. They are paying much higher than if I have a sewage system for treatment, because they are paying up to 2,000 to 3,000 rupees for every desludging. And because their containment systems are bad and they get flooding, they actually have to desludge sometimes in African cities and even in some small cities in India once in 6 months. And they pay up to 1,500 rupees for each desludging, which the state is not paying for. They are paying to a private sector. So we're trying to come up with more equitable solutions, because there has been quite a lot of inequity in the way that this infrastructure has been played out so far.
Thank you, Madhu. I've been told that we are a little short on time. We have only a few minutes left. So, sir, I will come back to you, sir. You have heard our panelists. We have talked about multi-solution approach. We have talked about sewers having a place in the city, but also, low-rise buildings and pockets of cities having their own treatment systems on site, as well as we have talked about fecal sludge management as a rapid and cost-effective way of providing services to those who today are not connected to sewers. We've heard about how these services are being provided by private players and how this system can be sustained better if we have solutions such as the taxation through ULB's indirect ways of paying for those services. The Y and Sinner experience that Meera ma'am shared with us. We also heard Nicola talking about how the private sector has to be encouraged further in providing services to urban sanitation. So all of these put together lead us to this thing where we have the solutions, we have the approaches. The states have already shown, demonstrated a lot of these initiatives. It is a matter of now consolidating them, learning from them, making them, like you said, into planning paradigms and making them into even long-term. How do we inculcate these into our education system so that people don't grow up thinking only about sewers, but also learn about these other aspects of sanitation, other ways of providing sanitation services. So with that, sir, we request you to share your reflections and your thoughts on what you've heard so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sasanka. I've been keenly hearing all the panelists, but for one I missed because I had to go and take a very important call at that point of time. I endorse the views which have been expressed by various panelists, especially the polluter needs to pay. It can't be for free. Even we should engage private sector. We should get the behavior change on the planning front, take the multiple approach. All these are very, very important. And I also endorse the view which Madhu says that, fecal sludge and septage management is an immediate solution. It provides a solution which is cost effective. It costs you less than 5% of what a sewer and septage STP system will cost. And at the same time, an effective in the sense that it helps you in containment. It helps you in taking out that safely, transporting it and processing it. This becomes more essential when the country undertook the responsibility of Swachhta for all. I mean, it's a Swachh Bharat mission, the target which Honorable Prime Minister, when he announced on 15th August 2014 from the ramparts of Red Fort, the whole country was completely surprised how this is possible. And now everybody says, well, this is possible, and this has really delivered a great deal. This is one program which has delivered so much. I mean, if you talk about the urban areas, we have constructed something like almost like 75 lakhs toilets, individual toilet, community toilet, public toilets, and all that. Toilet means so much of sludge is going, and that sludge has to be, desludge has to be treated. So that's a big challenge. Whether you can do it through the sewer system and the STP system, yes, why not? That is possible. That's a age-old established system, but it is huge cost. It also time intensive. It takes so much of time. It requires so much of work, and ultimately, sometime it works, sometimes it doesn't also work. I mean, you must have heard about the case of Kanpur when the sewer system was laid down under the Indo-Dutch program, and they were not even connected. I mean, the sewer was coming from one side, coming from another side. Just because they are not connected, it was not delivering the result. And once you connect it, now it is a huge gain. So the things which are underground, you do not know whether it is going to deliver or not. My point is, yes, we must, because we have proceeded so much with is a example. It's a inspiration for the rest of the world. How somebody mentioned about the 2018 that function where there are so many ministers, not 18, I think 2019, when so many ministers from across the world, they joined this sanitation program. So in fact, I and Meeraji, we shared one of the panel discussions. He may recall various countries were there. We shared one of the panel discussion on that. I think fecal sludge and septage management is an immediate solution, and we should definitely go for it. Go for it for the cities which is not the core areas of the city, which is outside or maybe smaller cities, and that's happening in a big way across the country. You mentioned about Maharashtra, you mentioned about Odisha, you mentioned about Andhra Pradesh, and also Chhattisgarh, but many other states, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. I mean, you take this state, even Ladakh, Union Territory of Ladakh, we have got the fecal sludge and septage management, which is happening. But that is not the perfect solution. That's an imperfect solution. That is maybe the preliminary solution, but that's a very good solution to start with. Ultimately, we need to go for the proper collection of the wastewater as well as the sludge and make that treated properly. And for that, we need to approach in the planning way. I mean, you see, under the Amrit program, we have, when we started in 2014, our total coverage under the sewer and STP was around 33%. We have targeted to reach out to say around more than 60%, 61, 62% by 2000. The initially Amrit were there for 2020. Now it has been extended up to 2000. I think another 2 to 3 years it will take. But the total investment of nearly 32,000 crores on the sewer and STP system. So that's going to come. But we need to change the approach. And the approach needs to be, we have to go for decentralized sewer system. The whole city of a population of few 100,000 should not have one sewer system and coming to the one STP, because that itself, I mean, I have been collector, I have been a principal secretary of the urban development in one of the largest state of Uttar Pradesh. I mean, I know how difficult it is to get land for the STP, how difficult it is to navigate and see that the sewer system is laid down. It's very difficult. The challenges are too many. So why not go for decentralized sewer system? And the decentralized sewer system, and that's the mandate we have given through our urban planning, because my ministry is, I mean, this is one system. The other thing is we are also, directing the states, directing the cities to go for what kind of regional planning, what kind of urban planning should be there. So there we are focusing now on a decentralized sewer system where every colony, for example, I live in New Motiba colony, and this colony is a zero waste colony. Every drop of wastewater is being treated in the colony. The sludge is being treated in the colony. All the wet waste is being treated in the colony, and it is being consumed in the colony. In fact, we are the extra water which we get, that we are putting in the NDMC line, and that they are used for their other system. Now we have mandated that all the housing has to be dual piping system. The colonies must have their treatment and the dual piping system, so they consume the water, because water itself is so much scarce. We cannot afford to waste it. So this dual piping system, you must have recently, I mean, all the colonies which we are making, Government of India is making all the colonies, all the construction are doing everywhere. It is irrespective of the size of the project, it is all dual piping system, so that we consume all that water which is treated water and reduce the total consumption of water. We should also think in terms of, though there has been a huge, it's a Jan Andolan. I mean, those who have realized through the Swachh Bharat Mission movement in the last 5-6 years, it's a Jan Andolan. It has touched heart of almost all communities, almost all segments of the society. But something more needs to be done, as you said, in the education system, behavioral system. We need to focus on reduce, reuse, and recycle. These are three words, the three R's are the mantras for, because this is, I mean, creating solid waste, liquid waste. This is got to be there. We are all going to do that. But our habits, our behavior, our life patterns should be such that we generate less waste. I mean, whatever waste is there, can we recycle it? Can we reuse it? To reduce, recycle, reuse. This is a mantra which needs to be percolated. In fact, we had a global conference in Indore. The 3R declaration. If you see that there is a 3R declaration by, it was organized by the UN regional office. This was a very huge success, and we are pursuing that. We need to go for more and more innovative ways. In fact, now we are issuing award for innovation. I mean, we have got so brilliant minds, so many brilliant people are working. Can they think of how to reduce, how to reuse, how to recycle? Make sure that it is going to be there, but how to make sure that it is sustainable. I mean, ultimately, we have to address the issue of sustainability, and the sustainability issues will come through being more and more proactively innovative, use of technology, use of different things which is already there, which the pandemic has made us to learn. I mean, if somebody reviews the progress of this country during pandemic, maybe I think our pace has really gone up in all the fields. The pace is, I mean, this kind of a beautiful discussion on such a topic, and we are all sitting as if we are sitting in a conference hall. I was telling you with Meeraji, I shared a panel, and we were sitting in Pravasi Bharati Bhavan, which is now called Sushma Swaraji Bhavan. So there, I mean, I don't think there is anything less than what we were doing there. It is all possible because of the technology. So technology has an answer. It's just a question of we have to look for it and we have to get the solution. Well, SDG goal is there. SDG 6 is there. It is not only because SDG goal we have to achieve. In fact, when the Honorable Prime Minister declared all this, this country has committed itself to move on the path of a sustainable growth. And SDG or no SDG, we will achieve it, and we have to move forward. We have to create example, because this is, I mean, but today what we have in the urban areas, do you know that we construct more than a Chicago every year? We are creating more than that, almost like 9 crores square meters of space we are constructing every year. And if it is not sustainable, in fact, I was participating in the forenoon in another conference with the SHM, and I was very happy to see that SHM is taking lead on the green development. Unless and until we take that green path, unless and until we take sustainable path, it is the question of our survival. One, COVID has shaken the whole world. I don't know what other kinds of things. I mean, nobody could have thought of this small little virus. You don't know what size it is. This virus has got the whole world shaken up. If something goes wrong, if you are not on a sustainable path, such things may be repeated. I think the lesson we need to learn is to move on the sustainable path. I would like to thank FICCI and India Sanitation Coalition for organizing such an important subject. I am sure there is going to be a lot of learning. I'll be very happy if you consolidate all those things and share with me in the ministry, because we work on the policy front. We can definitely make use of all the good things which are coming out of discussion in this India Sanitation Conclave. Thank you once again, and thank you all the panelists. I keenly heard you. Your views are very, very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views with us. I'm afraid we've run out of time, so I will very quickly thank you all the panelists, and sign off on this one note. As the Secretary sir very rightly said, this solution ultimately has to be responsive and sustainable. And so as we learn about this multi-solution approach, I hope that our cities and states will choose the right solution for sanitation as we go forward. Thank you so much, everyone. I hand back now to Natasha. Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you, Sashanka, and thank you to all the panelists for this very thought-provoking session. I know that we could have carried on much longer. This is a topic that is very close to all our hearts. Maybe I have just one reflection, which is that this is still not a mainstream topic and should become a mainstream topic immediately. That means it's just as much as it affects all of us, it should also affect the common man. They should not forget about it once they leave their toilets. So maybe there is something in there for all of us to think about. Next, I call upon the ISC Chair, Ms. Kidwai, Mr. K. Rajeshwara Rao from Niti Aayog, and Mr. Pragyal Singh from Ernst & Young to launch the white paper on accelerating private sector engagement for FSSM in India. Over to you, Pragyal.
Thank you, Natasha. Can you hear me?
Yes, Pragyal, loud and clear. Hi.
Good evening, ma'am, and good evening, everyone. So I'll just quickly talk about what is this whole report about before we start a very brief fireside chat with my co-panelist, Dr. Rajeshwar Rao from Niti Aayog and Madam Nanalal Kidwai from the ISC for the release of our thought leadership, which is co-authored, co-developed by FICCI, ISC and EY. It is titled as Accelerating Private Sector Engagement for FSSM in India. So I thank you to you both. Before we, basically as what we just heard from the Secretary on the immediate need and the very effective need for FSSM in the country, something what we have been facing as a challenge, and the most pressing challenge has been the sustainability aspect of the sanitation in the country. And with the acceleration in urbanization and the resultant stress on the provisioning of access to safe and hygienic sanitation services, there's probably, I would say, an urgent call for more and continued efforts on the sector. And having achieved the ODF status in the country, there's a great deal of focus that is needed on the holistic solutions to the sanitation, especially around the treatment, which is the treatment of fecal matter and the waste, most commonly known as ODF++. And I think we just heard from Sir. So frankly, one of the most effective solution that we have witnessed, all of us have witnessed, which has been championed largely because of its scale, sustainability, and also the economic viability, is FSSM. And especially when we have witnessed as a country the universal toilet coverage, and which is largely based on the on-site sanitation facilities, the most effective example and the solution has been FSSM. Traditionally, while the sanitation as a subject has been a policy subject and a public service, however, the kind of efforts that we all have witnessed and seen in little more than a half a decade, we have seen a lot of other non-government actors who have also entered into the sector, including donors, including private sector agencies, and service providers. Frankly, even Nana herself is a kind of a champion, moving in from the financial sector to being a sanitation champion in the country. So with that, I will probably take an opportunity and maybe the permission of my panelists to release the book, which is a kind of on fecal sludge septage management. I think we all have the copy of this. It largely covers examples from across the country from different states in terms of what kind of engagement have been thus far with the private sector and what further could be done to accelerate the same momentum. So with that, I think, Natasha, how much time do we have?
You can take another 5-10 minutes if you like.
No, so I'll maybe move to my other panelists. I'll start with Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao, I have a couple of questions for you, and then I'll move to you. So, good evening, sir. So basically, so what we have seen is that there has been an increased devolution of funds and also the thrust from the government. Even a while back, ministry was also concurring the same in terms of decentralized governance and service provisioning in the country. So can we expect any kind of a dedicated fund for the treatment part, particularly the FSSM, in coming years through various schemes or through Finance FC? Sir, you're probably on mute.
You're still on mute.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all the panelists, and thank you, Pragel. So this is a very important question. So there is a big thrust on sanitation, which you are aware, and for the last several years, huge funds are being spent. You heard the Secretary Mahua also. But there is a new program, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2, which is a very, very big program, very massive program where the stress is on ODF++, that definitely takes care of the huge requirements of the treatment. And when we had a business model meetings with FSSM partners and also many colleagues, because we had 4 meetings, it is very clear that there is a big need and there is an urgency where everybody has to play a role, and there will be funds. I don't say there is dedicated funds would be available, but there will be perhaps, there should not be any shortage of funds, because this is one of our thrust areas identified by the ministry in consultation with all the stakeholders. And this SBM Urban 2 is a very, very massive program, which will take care of, I think, many things. In addition to that, there are 15th Finance Commission grants are available, state devolutions are available, and many other center sector schemes, center sponsored schemes are available. I think funding will be there, but private sector participation also brings enormous funding in terms of interventions, innovations. I think I don't see any problem. Yeah, you are muted now. I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. So you talked about the private sector. Is there something of some specific program that, because very recently we were in conversation with you as well, and you probably, as you rightly said, that you have probably connected with a lot of FSSM players in the country. So is there kind of a program to engage more dedicatedly with the private sector and maybe upskilling or some kind of a credit facilities around that?
Yeah, there are 2 aspects. Engaging private sector is always done by the urban local body level or a municipal level. So they have to do it because there is no wherewithal, because there are hardly very strong sanitation mechanisms there to supervise. So private sector has been playing an important role, will be playing an important role, because now with the focus on sanitation, they will do that. It is a PPP mode is always already being practiced in the metros and UDAs, and also under the Clean Ganga program, and several programs are there. So private sector is already playing a role, but perhaps that will increase in several folds now with the more and more investments on the treatment parts and also the construction parts. But in terms of the financial mechanism, of course, Naina is the best resource person to comment on that, whether it is industry status to be given or not. That I think I will leave it to her. But all urban local bodies have to engage the local entrepreneurs or mega companies and all India companies or regional companies, and they have to perhaps in fact, private sector have to develop their own capacity to deal with the challenges and opportunities available in the next 3-4 years, so that they can cope up with the work and responsibilities. PPP mode is the best mode, and PPCM mode also, public-private community partnership, is also coming up in a very big way. Hyderabad, Odisha, and also Karnataka, there are already very established good stories are available. So I think without private sector, sanitation cannot survive. That's all. Again, you are muted.
Okay. See, so I love that. I love that term that you mentioned for PPCM. So that's like a new term for us. Moving on to Nana. Nana, basically, as we are aware that there's a lot of work that needs to be integrated around the fecal sludge or maybe human excreta treatment, and there's a host of solutions which exist. There's a sort of a kind of a menu that is being even laid by the secretary also. How important do you feel is fecal sludge management within this solution set or the menu?
It is absolutely critical, as we've been hearing, in fact, from the previous panel and indeed highlighted by Dr. Rao himself. I think what's interesting about the study, and Pragyal, I want to take the opportunity of thanking ENY for pulling it together with us at the India Sanitation Coalition, because a lot of the information that's out there is all over the place, and putting it in these beautiful tables and with the clarity that ENY provides is frankly hugely useful. I mean, I've really enjoyed going through the study myself, because there are wonderful nuggets of information which lie in it. And one of them, in answer to your question, is clearly the fact that we know that about 48% of all treatment today in the country is standalone solutions. And for these standalone solutions, we need systems, as Meera Mehta and Madhu Krishna and others on the previous panel highlighted. They're both aspects. One, which is actually making sure that we do the desludging properly, and the second is the treatment. Both sides need a solution. And I think there was a very spirited statement from Madhu in terms of how it needs to be inclusive as well, because today the poor pay more than those that have access to sewage systems. And that is something which we have to fix, because we can't force the toilets on people and then expect them to pay huge amounts for the treatment because they are not linked to the traditional sewage systems. So as we look at these models, and I think the beauty of the study is that it shows us many different ways. And there are solutions provided in the 8-9 states that have been studied across monitoring the honeysuckers. There's the whole area of FSTPs and the way they're set up to treat clusters. So the clustering of cities, villages, districts around a single facility and how that can be managed. But I think the biggest learning for me was the whole peri-urban issue, where the study or the white paper, however you want to call it, holds out how rural and urban can share the cost. But the problem right now is the ministries are different. And it is therefore the usual issue about the silos that get created. And that is why I'm delighted we have Dr. Rao on this group, because the one place where it all converges is Niti Aayog. It is you who can cut across all the ministries. And to tackle the peri-urban issue is going to be critical, because we need urban solutions for those areas that fall into rural. And in order to do that, there has to be a shared cost, that one facility for treatment which serves both the surrounding rural area and indeed the urban one to make it viable. And I think this report is interesting because it highlights both the challenges and indeed the amazing results that can ensue if we get this right, in terms of the coordination between two different departments who are working to the same cause. So the solution must indeed be one. I think also in looking at this, and we've had repeated discussions through yesterday on how we need to move beyond pilots to replication and scaling up of what is working. And a report like this becomes important because it showcases what is indeed working, and much of it is happening at the ULB level. It is now not for us to necessarily go abroad to learn from examples there, but to learn from each other within the country. And to answer your question, therefore, Pragyal, the menu of solutions is critical because there are many local issues which need solutions. And indeed, there are innovations happening at different levels, each one of which is worthwhile to replicate. And we have to make sure that this menu grows. But in looking at replication, we pick the best examples and ensure that we can implement them going forward. And it is for us at the India Sanitation Coalition and for Niti Aayog and for players and partners like yourself at Ernst & Young to make sure that the dissemination of this happens fastest. And indeed, we can help with the implementation therein as well.
Thank you so much, Naina, on that point. Since we...
Pragyal, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
No, continue. After that...
So please go ahead. If you have a related point, you can just make a point. Yeah.
So just I want to mention, as pointed out by Naina ji, this Niti Aayog has already interacted with more than 20 organizations in the last 3 months. So we want to see a lot of capacity building at local level, urban, rural clusters, independent urban local bodies. Everywhere there is a problem of capacity building, guidance, and also the confidence to create new models and new experiments, new innovations. So it is a very big area where every one of us can play to benefit the ultimately a common man who needs it very urgently to take care of his sanitation requirements without much cost. So Niti is now trying to, with the involvement of all the stakeholders, publish business models and successful case studies. It can be a small municipality in Tamil Nadu or a hill town of Himachal Pradesh, or it can be a small town of Mizoram. So India with 7,000 towns and peri-urban areas can have 100 models requirement. So what I request with this through this forum, that whatever you have materials, please share with us, because we have requested Gates Foundation, Madhu also, we are in touch with her, and also FSSM Alliance also, so that let's work together in the interest of the society and sanitation to publish material which will be useful to a very small municipality or a peri-urban urban development authority or a notified area, so that they can see our literature and can contact the respective municipality or urban local body, try to learn from them, so that we can create those linkages, that type of thing. If it is okay, I will be happy to request all of you and who are the other colleagues who are not here also to quickly associate, so that we can publish a very good material. And as mentioned by Naina ji, Niti cuts across all the ministries, rural, urban, panchayati raj, planning, coordination, everywhere, finance. So we can do that if it is okay with all of you. Thank you.
Not just okay, it's music to our ears, right, Pragya?
Definitely. It's like a kind of an extension of what we have just done and taking it to the next level. And the kind of expectation that you are probably laying out, Dr. Rao, is that looking at the requirement of all types of towns and different size of the cities as well, and different problems need different solutions.
So certainly, from the India Sanitation Coalition, and I hope that Ernst & Young will continue to partner us, we can pull together some of this as well and make sure we present it to you, Dr. Rao. But I would encourage those in the audience to also either send it in to us or to you directly for examples that are indeed those that should be in your work. So we will make sure that happens.
Thank you.
So Naina, the way Dr. Rao also explained the landscape, and you also talked about the scale. Definitely, we cannot achieve this whole the target that we have set across without the role of the private players and the private sector. And our report also talks about that. So, what is your sort of expectation or the probably suggestion to the private sector in terms of jumping onto the bandwagon and taking the story forward?
So, our next panel is going to cover a lot on the financing therein. But before we get into financing, we need the ecosystem which encourages the private sector to come in. And my challenge, as I see it even today, is the ecosystem is still not right. By the ecosystem, I mean, first and foremost, contractual rights, honoring of contractual rights, and timely payment. And these challenges, which I know the government is looking to address through transparency, etc., across different models, the issue still remains that the buy-in by the private sector player is still not there, that these have been solved. And we have enough cases that tell us that payments do not happen on time. Now, the study that we have done indicates that at the urban local body level, they say that the papers have not been properly submitted by the MSME or company that is seeking the payment on the one hand. On the other, the company itself says that these are undue delays by the ULB. So this mistrust, distrust, timing lags needs to be resolved in a way that we can have the cash flow of the MSME in mind. Now, I can only say that there's no better than Niti Aayog to the work you have embarked on, and we are really looking forward to working with you on some of these models, because we can learn from other sectors, as we have seen in the whole space of solar, what you are doing in terms of annuity models for roads. Niti Aayog has actually led the charge on some of these models. And we have to look at replicating these now in sanitation, because there are issues which are proving unattractive for the private sector to enter, both big and small companies. And we need both types of players in there. Finance is also an issue, but I will leave that for the next panel so as not to repeat it. We need, in fact, also the procurement guidelines that government puts out have to be done in a way that increases some of the flexibility that is needed in terms of the geographic, technical requirements that will come in at each state level. So it's an early sort of phase for the private sector engagement in a for-profit model to come in to play here. I believe we have a long way to go. As I understand it, most emerging markets like us, it's less, ours is only 10% private sector engagement. Emerging markets are typically around 20%, but the developed world is at 80% of private sector engagement in sanitation. So that is the journey we can traverse and indeed ensure private sector involvement if we get this right.
Thank you so much, Naina. Frankly, I totally agree with you. With as EY, the kind of engagements or the queries that we get from the likes of various EPC conglomerates to FMCG companies to technology companies, and also even in startups, is huge. And hence, I'm very, very confident that majority of them will definitely jump in. They are all trying to explore what is the best way to engage, whether for larger cities or for smaller cities. And thanks so much for the directions that you have given Dr. Rao and Naina for your support. With that, I hand it over back to Natasha.
Thank you, Pragyal, and congratulations to the team on the unveiling of this paper for our audiences. It will be available for viewing and downloading from the ISC website. Next is an exciting exchange of ideas between the ISC chair and Dr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, on financing for SDGs and India's readiness for the same. An IAS officer of the 1980 cadre, Kerala cadre, Mr. Kant is the author of Branding India, An Incredible Story, key driver of Make in India. He conceptualized the remarkable successful Atithi Devo Bhava, Guest is God campaign. He has been the National Project Director of the Rural Tourism Project of UNDP and additionally holds the post of Chairman of the Committee to Implement Digital Payments in India. Before I hand over to Naina and Mr. Kant, a special thank you from ISC to the Niti Aayog team headed by Mr. Bonu for the immense help they have provided us on construction of the state-level sanitation maps. They are truly an agency that goes across all the ministries, and I absolutely endorse what Naina and the previous panel had to say about them. Thank you so much. And now I hand over to Naina.
So Amitabh, such a delight as ever to have you with us at the India Sanitation Coalition. You're a regular with us, and your insights are those that we look forward to every year, as indeed is the case now. I'm going to start by really pushing you to tell us about your thoughts on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and its impact on India and SDG financing. And I know that you're such a strong proponent of looking at India's development through the SDGs. So really, looking back to 2015, post the completion of the MDGs, the UN launched the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and outlining these shared principles and commitments arrived at by the member nations, there was a call of action to change the world by 2030. And God knows we're getting there faster than we would like through the definition of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And most importantly, the inclusion of Goal 17 to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. Now, to ensure that implementation of the various goals is not derailed on account of a paucity of finance, the 2015 Third International Conference on Finance for Development, held in Addis Ababa, came up with a global framework that sought to align the financing flows and the policies with economic, social, and environmental priorities. So, as we look at financing for sustainable development, the costs, the challenges, the outcomes, the three most critical questions that underline this drive to finance sustainable development are: how to drive more resources towards the goals, how can we make sure they are going where we need them most, and are they being used in the most effective way? Now, there is a view that the financing gap is symptomatic of a business model gap and can prove to be a good starting point to reduce costs, address certain risk issues, and catalyze the private sector. And you have been a strong proponent of getting the private sector engagement in here. So the question to you is, in your role as CEO of Niti Aayog, what steps do you see India taking to finance the WASH and SDG 6 gap? And since this has historically been a government-funded sector due to the complexity of the funding requirements, do you see that changing or decreasing over the next decade? And then, if private sector funding is to be encouraged, how would you see government policies changing to help make funding core sectors like WASH more attractive to the private sector?
Yeah. So thanks, Naina, for that question. It's a very fascinating question. Let me first say that in the last 6 years, India has achieved ambitious targets in the area of water and sanitation. And owing to the success of the Swachh Bharat mission, all our villages, gram panchayats, and districts and states are now open defecation free. The focus now is on solid and liquid waste management under the ODF Plus framework. And the Jal Jeevan mission is aimed at providing safe and adequate drinking water through individual household tap connections by 2024 to all households in rural India. And a very large proportion of the investment required for this will be borne by the government. However, it is not possible for the government alone to do this. This would require a whole of India approach. And without the private sector coming forward, it's not possible to achieve this. And therefore, private sector has a very critical and a major role to play. And we have to identify investment opportunities in the WASH sector and join the government's effort. Government can be a broad policy maker, it can put in its resources, but all of us have to join hands, including the private sector,
in transforming the sanitation and water landscape of India. The India investment grid, actually, which the Department of Industries has highlighted that over 1,800 investment opportunities are available in the water and sanitation sector in India, amounting to more than $290 billion US. And these are in the areas of water treatment plants, sewage collection, treatment and disposal, solid waste management and irrigation. And the private sector can very effectively, and many private sector companies are actually doing it, effectively participate in these opportunities. In addition to this, we've seen a number of companies. There has to be a business model, and the business model needs to be effectively built up in case we need to succeed over a long period of time. And without that, it's not possible to sustain this movement over a long period of time. Because what I find right now is that many companies are doing this as a corporate social responsibility. And that has proved to be effective in channelizing some resources to infrastructure development in the water and sanitation area. And if you look at 2018-19, the Indian corporates spent about 8,700 crores in CSR initiatives, some of which went to the wash sector. But in the long run, you need commercial financial entities in the private sector who can play a key role. And we need, basically, to my mind, we should be able to attract both debt and equity in this area with viable commercial projects. And commercial financial entities can play a big role by offering a rebate, private finance, large-scale wash infrastructure project, and for infrastructure capital investments. And hardware innovation, there's an opportunity for the business sector to develop lower cost and more sustainable products. Offer opportunities. We also need blended finance, impact bonds. We need pension funds and green bonds. All these are ways in which private sector can play a key role in the wash sector.
Amitabh, you've covered this landscape very well, as I would expect. I think one of the areas which we struggle with at the India Sanitation Coalition is as we try and bring the private sector, and you're right in saying that we cannot just stay with the CSR model, and it's peanuts in comparison to the scale that you yourself have just set out. We do need to mainstream business. But what we struggle with is the attractiveness of that business model. As you rightly said, the creation of those viable business models. And I think whether it's going to be PPP models, we will have to see government stepping in maybe for some part of the capital expenditure and then maybe turning it over to the private sector to run as a service model. We need to ensure that pricing is adhered to. We need to ensure that the ecosystem is one which supports the business, but also that contracts are fully acknowledged and adhered to. So there's many a challenge as we look to bring the private sector in to a business model in the very areas we need, as you rightly pointed out, the whole sewage treatment, etc. I want to also say that it's great to see that the government came forward with the 30,000 crores, I think it is, with dedicated money for sanitation and water through the Finance Commission, even while budgets were being cut because our fisc was spiraling out of control. So I have no doubt that our government has commitment and heart and head in the right place. But as we look at this, developing this ecosystem, let me turn to a sector where I believe we've seen some success, the clean energy sector. And we've seen that system work well. So the question to you is that as we look at this role for the private sector and we see the success in sectors like clean energy and maybe even agriculture, we've seen a pathway for private financing there in terms of achieving the goals. Now, how can we in water and sanitation also benefit from this experience? What, to your mind, worked there? What didn't? How can we benefit from that experience? Because the government played a key role there as well in terms of its policy.
So you're right. Right now, clean energy sector is seen as economically more viable from an investor's point of view compared to the wash sector. It's, from an investor perspective, these two sectors are fundamentally different. And therefore, we in Niti Aayog today are working to see how we can structure projects in the wash sector. And it's a game of good financial structuring, like we've done in the road sector with HAM models, annuity models. Annuity can be a very big way. And so we are doing a lot of work around this to create business models. And we've had many meetings with private sector and with interministerial bodies. And what the wash sector needs is the right structured projects with different business models. It also needs development and popularization of technology along the lines of what happened in the clean tech energy sector for increased water use efficiency and for better sanitation. All this is a game of technology. In the energy sector, we saw new technology coming in. And this can be achieved through reducing the industrial demand of water by bringing in alternative technology. I also believe that development of water efficient crops, better micro irrigation technology, improved technology for arid area agriculture, etc. And water purification, including desalination systems from a micro to macro scale for drinking and other purposes. All this is a game of technology.
Yeah.
And how to bring in these solar energy into desalination to reduce the cost, and technology choices for efficient water distribution and use while eliminating waste, such as scaling up small water enterprises like the water ATMs, etc. All this, the private sector has a huge role to play in driving technology and innovation, much as it has done in the clean energy sector. It was all driven by the private sector. And this is exactly what the private sector has to do in the wash sector.
Yeah.
For wash,
and I was just going to ask you that as we look at the private sector engagement in two big schemes of the government, one is grey water reuse, which rural is pushing on, and the other is wastewater, which is again important as we look at reuse of treated water. These areas are again areas of very high focus for us at the India Sanitation Coalition and our agenda here. And you're absolutely right in that the technologies that can be applied here, but beyond technologies, also adjacencies of other sectors. So wastewater reuse in a power plant makes perfect sense. So can we have the power plant actually come up near the wastewater throw-off facility so that the cooling of the power plant can happen with the wastewater? Or, we cannot separate this planning, and some cities like Nagpur have managed this very well from others. But maybe one of the dangers we have here is that we tend to have a very siloed approach. So we need this sort of perfect urban model which looks at water reuse in a manner that can be reused rather than just look at high-cost reuse models.
No, I totally agree with you that these silos have to be broken down, and then only we'll get economies of convergence and economies of scale. And the private sector has a huge role to play in both these and in driving technology and innovation, much as it has done in the clean energy sector. And, actually, research and innovation led by private sector to both design and implement and support government's effort to reach the last mile is very, very critical. Without that, we'll never be able to succeed. This is really the crux of it.
I, for one, am such a firm believer in that we have to break down these silos. And the only place I see that happening for us as a nation is Niti Aayog. At the end of the day, you are the guys who draw up the blueprints, the plans, and can drive this connectivity that is needed. Because for all our dealings with the ministry, at the end of the day, they think in that silo and the targets that they have been set.
No, so we are working on different business models We'll be very happy to involve the India Sanitation Mission in that exercise, and we'll take it forward.
Well, delighted to hear that. And, you know, for our audience, which is very much on the sanitation and to some extent water, but certainly in the wastewater reuse areas, it would be great to work through some of these issues, even as we talk about it. You talked about finance and green bonds. I think one of the other challenges we face, Amitabh, is green bonds have got very readily identified with renewable energy because it was very easy to have green bond money flow into a project which is solar. It just doesn't need much auditing. The problem happens when we try and get this green financing and green money move into, let's say, water efficiency or sanitation or areas which deserve it, but there's no sort of audit and report which certifies it as earning the green financing model where it can attract money for that. And I think we do need to develop a structure which enables for the rating and audit of many types of projects which fulfill the green financing requirement rather than have all of it go into solar. Much as I love solar, all of what goes into solar will continue to go to solar. We'll just get a lot more money into other projects because they can certify those as green. And we're struggling with that, both in terms of the skill level, in terms of audit capability, but also in terms of the vision we have in terms of attracting money outside of just this easy way for banks to look at it. So is there any area here that we can work with together? I think you have many ratings models.
I agree with you. There's a team in Niti Aayog which is working on this. And we would love to work in partnership with the India Sanitation Mission. And please collaborate with us in this exercise. We'll be very happy.
So, you know, looking at the whole interlinkage between investment, SDG 6, to better health outcomes, stronger human capital, gender equity, more livelihood opportunities, cleaner environment, a robust economy. SDG 6 impacts just so many of the other SDGs as we look to build partnerships in achieving this goal. It's quite logical to look at investing in SDG 6 because of its domino effect in other SDGs. More so now in this COVID environment, I dread to think where we would have been in our country if we had not had the success of the Swachh Bharat mission, or indeed the push right now in terms of water being delivered to every home, because there is no way we can adhere to the WASH agendas and the hygiene agendas that the COVID environment requires for us to be able to fend off this hideous virus. So the importance of this and the interconnectivities of SDG 6 to the other SDGs is absolutely paramount as we see it. And as we look at the business and sustainability angles of this, and of course the money that is required for this, it's estimated that this could lead to the creation of 380 million jobs by 2030. And it is here that the critical importance of the partnerships come into play. So from your perspective, what forms of private sector participation, what kind of partnerships would become necessary to support this? You've long been a proponent of technology. You've mentioned it a few times already in our conversation. So what are these innovations and the technologies that we need? And how can we grow this for public services like delivery of sanitation and water? Frankly, we struggle. There's a little bit happening, but not enough in terms of the technologies to drive down cost and the innovations we require in this sector.
So Naina, solution-oriented partnerships are really the need of the hour in the WASH sector. And actually, if you look at it, the solid waste management rules which were announced in 2016 encourage urban local bodies. And I think it's incumbent upon every urban local body to partner with private companies in planning and implementing waste management solutions. And as a result of such initiatives, you can have various startups and small and medium enterprises, and many of them actually have already begun offering effective waste management solutions. And the 100 Smart Cities program also offer a bigger avenue for investment in waste management solutions. I'm saying this because technology and innovation has a very big role to play in taking the next big steps in water and sanitation. Given the scale of the challenge, and it's a huge, huge challenge, only technology can provide last mile effective solutions. And hardware innovations where business develop lower cost and more sustainable wash product is an area of big investment opportunity. And this area offers ample research opportunities also. There's also been a tremendous push to encourage innovative solutions in water and sanitation. In fact, the Jal Shakti mission has been eliciting applications through its portal, and the director was telling me that they've invited applications through its portal for individual and institutional innovators to submit their ideas. And the Northeast actually has given us several clues as to how to approach innovative technology when it comes to sanitation and water. And there have been several unique cases, and solutions have to be very highly localized so that there is socio-cultural legitimacy amongst the local communities.
Yeah.
The buy-in is very significant because this enables localized maintenance of the technology in future. And this is very key. Without this, we'll not succeed. We cannot succeed without this partnership.
So right now, and you mentioned the need for debt and equity. But as we look at this whole sort of social impact space in terms of technology and innovation, exactly as you described, we don't readily see the availability of debt or equity for these startups. Even if they are slightly mature startups, let's say the first level of startup financing happens through mom and pop financing because they're seen as high risk. But once they're somewhat proven and they've won awards from organizations such as ours, at the India Sanitation Coalition, we also look for these, we award them. We have seen many of our awardees be able to raise their second and third rounds of financing. That is one of our wishes and hopes. But there isn't enough equity and debt finance out there to help in this ecosystem. It tends to go a lot more in India, unfortunately for us in water and sanitation, to the IT-enabled sectors. And so we struggle. Do you see any hope for us going forward in terms of a push towards some of these much-needed public services and the innovations that you've so rightly described?
No, you're very right, but it's a game of financial structuring. And that is what we are working on. We are working on a range of business models. We put a whole team to work on this because our belief is that without this, you will never be able to succeed in getting long-term lending into this. Same was the challenge in energy sector.
Yeah.
Exactly the same challenge was there in the road sector till we came up with the HAM scheme model. And we came up with the annuity model. So these are structuring of the projects, which is very critical. And that is what we are working on. We are working on different models of structuring, which will enable funds to flow into the sector. Without that, a large-scale transformation will be very difficult to sustain itself on the long run. Because you need to create good private sector model, allow equity and debt financing to flow in, and that is what we are working on.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. So amongst other challenges for those that have entered the sector, and this applied to some extent in the clean energy space as well, the big challenge, which of course you're fully aware of, was when we saw at least one state begin to renege on contracts in the solar space. And that's created a scare not just for clean energy, but for any project that has to deal with state level contracts and price, and the fear that those contracts can be wished away by the state at the political level. So that challenge and protection therein has become very important. And the second is, as you well know, delayed payment. Now, when you talk to the municipality regarding delayed payments for, say, some of our projects, the municipality says, look, the company has not provided all its data and its stuff is still pending, so we can't release it. So, but between the two, what is happening is that the private sector player believes they are being starved of the funding that they are required to take their projects forward because of this paperwork and delay. You've been such a strong proponent of transparency and data. Are there ways that we can begin to look at putting all this on websites and the reasons for the delay, etc., being openly and freely known, to be a monitoring exercise as well for where the ULB is to be taken to task and where the MSME is to be taken to task? But unless we solve for this, the fear of dealing with an urban local body remains.
That's a very important and a very significant point you're making, and I entirely agree with you. At the end of the day, it's all about putting data in public domain. All this data must be placed. People must know why things are succeeding, why things are failing, and if they are failing, is it on account of poor governance, which exists quite often in municipal bodies and ULBs, and sometimes their vested interest in ULBs, but all this we'll have to ride. Many of these challenges have existed in other sectors as well, but the challenge really is to put these data out in public domain, as we have started doing in many other areas now. And exactly. Good data governance really holds the key to success in WASH sector.
Yeah. And, the other model which you haven't touched on, but which I have to thank you guys for at the Niti Aayog is the listings and ratings you've been doing of states, the spirit of competition you created. And, so we want you to continue that and ensure that we can have it with the municipalities and local bodies as well.
Yeah, so we rank states and we name and shame them. We've done this in a range of areas and we will continue to do this. Our objective is that this should spur change in states, and we will continue to do this very effectively.
Yeah, well, that's a great promise. We've had a lot of commitments from you on this rather brief interview, given that we could go on for much longer with you, Amitabh, and your knowledge therein. I can't tell you how delighted I am that we have someone like you at the helm at Niti Aayog, because we need you to, create these partnerships across ministries, the partnership of public and private sector, and equally to ensure that these governance models, whether through transparency or financial enhancement, or some of the financing models that you are working on, all become a reality. So thank you very much. And on behalf of the India Sanitation Coalition and indeed all our supporters and sponsors, it's always a delight to have you with us at the Conclave and at the important awards which we give out at this Conclave.
Thank you. Real pleasure speaking to you.
Yeah, thanks, Amitabh. Bye. Yeah.
Thank you, Mona. It was really an amazing conversation with Amitabh. He's always a great proponent for working with ISC, and we're really excited to be going ahead, to look at new projects with him. Let me come now to the final session of today. The fact that India is considerably behind in achieving its SDG 6 goal is well known, even though we have had ample impetus from the very top through the Swachh Bharat campaign. The recent COVID crisis has amplified the need to reach water and sanitation to all parts of the country, given its impact on hygiene, health, and survival. If the main reason for not being able to achieve the goal is financing, then one cannot blame the government, as even today, nearly 80% of the cost of funding WASH projects is borne by them. The objective of the next panel is to discuss the emerging need for financing in WASH, what is driving it, the kind of financing available today, and what needs to be further considered to meet the SDG targets. What should the government be doing to attract financing? The waste to wealth story could solve part of the requirement. However, given numbers to where else will we find that money? Let me welcome the set of panelists for this session. Royston Braganza, CEO, Grameen Capital. Paul Horrocks, Head of Unit Head of the Unit of Private Sector Workstream, OECD Cooperation Directorate, Mark Khan, Managing Partner, Omnivore, Dr. G.R. Chintala, Chairman, NABARD, Mr. Vikram Gandhi, founder of Asha Impact, Jayesh Modi, HSBC, and Mr. Dhanpal Javeri, CEO of Everstone Capital. Nena Kidwai will be the moderator for this panel. Over to you, Nena.
Thank you, Natasha, and welcome to this illustrious panel on a subject very close to my heart. The audience has been hearing a lot from me, so I'm not going to take too much time to introduce the subject to all of you who know it well. But just to highlight that India needs 2.64 trillion US dollars to meet its UN SDG obligations, offering the private sector a huge investment opportunity. And of this, a total amount of US dollars 192.2 billion, which is nearly 10%, is for clean water and sanitation. So that is the scale of opportunity, or indeed the challenge, that we are going to tackle on this panel of finance that we have assembled today. So I'm going to shoot straight into the questions. I hope that some of you on the panel heard the earlier session with CEO Niti Aayog, Amitabh Kant, where we looked into some of these solutions which the government is indeed already working on. And the suggestions that arise from this panel are going to be part of what we will go back to Niti Aayog with, as Amitabh indeed has asked us to do. So let me turn first and foremost to you, Paul, and looking at it from your perch at the OECD, can you provide an overview of the changes in the international development financing landscape and the implications for what we'd see in terms of the 2015 financing framework for India? What are the major international public financing sources, and what are the existing flows of international private financing for development that are available to us in India?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that introduction and for the question. I mean, in terms of what we're seeing at the OECD, there's a lot of movement in regards to funding the SDGs since 2015. A big push for investing in water, but we're not seeing the numbers. So in terms of institutions, I mean, ISC, the World Bank are all getting access to more concessional finance. At the bilateral DAC donor level, we're seeing a lot of DFIs coming out from the shadows, if you like, since 2015 and amassing quite a lot of assets under management. So they are both profitable DFIs, so they're using concessional and non-concessional money. So they're actually growing to a large extent. So, I mean, we've seen with the new US DFC that's been created, it's got 60 billion. And I think with the new government in place, we'll see probably a lot more interest in investing in climate, including water. And that should help drive some of these projects. I mean, at the level in India, we have seen, I think, some interest from NORAD, from FMO, so from some DFIs, and I've just spoken about the Dutch and the Norwegian. But I think we need to see a lot more DFIs going into the water space. Now, that means you need to have a water officer that can understand the structures and subsectors of water and think a bit about both all the instruments that the water sets, from a big utility where you need to use a guarantee to a off-grid sanitation where it might be equity or debt that you're using. So there are varying opportunities that are happening, and the financing is becoming available, but DFIs, I would say, is still not very well established in terms of looking at the water sector. And as we've heard previously, the climate sector is very competitive and is very successful at mobilizing. I mean, I think it's at the moment, we've only got something like 1.26 of mobilized finance that goes into the wash sector. So a poor, very low and worrying numbers if you look at the scale of the challenge, in particular regarding to India. India, we've seen, some very good examples with the Gates Foundation, where they come in with some grants and driven private sector capacity. But the challenges is looking at things like a municipal level, looking at the water system in its totality in terms of looking at opportunities for irrigation and other revenue streams that can help. The other areas that we need to think a bit about are pooling, having bigger funds that can invest in the water sector, and they're established specifically to target the water sector. So I think the funding is there. So to just summarize, the institutions are starting to move much more actively. The donors are pushing for results, but because of the climate and the push, and that's where we've seen a lot of the innovation and technology develop. And blended finance at the moment isn't so much in the water space taking technology risk, is more taking some of the more fundamental financing risk. And until we start seeing greater flows of money, greater acceptance in terms of investment boards and DFIs about wanting to push for water projects and maybe having some sort of benchmark that they want to kind of move to, and then some sort of delineation between climate and water, which sometimes always get mixed up together. So I'll stop there.
And I will come back to you, Paul, but I think you've thrown out a lot of ideas. And as I feared, India's journey in terms of amassing money in water and sanitation is still at a very early stage. So I will come back to you to ask you which countries you think have managed this well. But let me turn to Vikram Gandhi, my old friend and colleague. We've worked together, and one of the wisest and most experienced finance minds in the world, really. Let's tap into you, Vikram. And historically, we know that the water and sanitation sector has largely been funded by government. We want to move much more into private sector funding. We want to have the innovations as indeed people like you fund through your Asha Impact venture in terms of startup capital. What has been your experience of the wash sector? And are there any examples from other countries that you can share with us of funding for core infrastructure such as ideally water and sanitation, but even if they exist in clean air and energy or agriculture, it would be useful for us to see how we could replicate that. So your thoughts on that?
I think you're on mute.
No, I think it's his connection.
Oh, yes.
Let's just give it a minute. Vikram, we've lost you. We could come back. We can come back to Vikram.
Yes.
Why don't I move on to Dr. Chintala?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dr. Chintala, over to you. And do you think there's a case here for the government to encourage private financing to support rural infrastructure? And maintenance, again, is a key aspect. It's not just the capex, but it's the maintenance and the operating and management of these systems. And what has NABARD's experience been in this regard? So please, if you could share that with us. Vikram, I know you're back. Let me come back to you.
I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nainaji, and also other panelists. It's a great kind of a thing to join all of you on this one. And as you are telling, really, what will be the governmental role and also encouraging the private. So that is what if I'm right. Now, for quite some time, Government of India and also institutions like NABARD are able to do quite a lot of things in this particular water and sanitation and also hygiene. So I am not looking into the drinking water. Otherwise, NABARD and the Government of India has done quite a lot of things in the drinking water in the last maybe 10 years. we have invested quite a lot in the taking drinking water to most of the households. In the case of Telangana project, it's an entire project of close to around 13,000 crores was financed by NABARD under our NABARD infrastructure development assistance. That is to take the drinking water through pipelines to every household in Telangana. Likewise, in many of the states also, already of at a very concessional rate, this kind of thing is happening. So that maybe our view, so the government and also NABARD's view is that we have to tackle both the drinking water part and also the sanitation and hygiene part. And both have got a complementarity, and at the same time, they should be tackled separately also. So that when we are looking into that one, we made substantial investments in the drinking water part. While regarding the sanitation, right now, a very good emphasis is being given on sanitation, and as per the government of India, ever since it started the Swachh Bharat mission in 2015, and they put targets. We have so much of many targets have been constructed, and at the same time, now under this Swachh Bharat Mission 2 SBM double plus, that is what right now everybody is talking about. It is maintain, sustain, and protect the wash infra this maybe Swachh Bharat mission. So now our estimation is that maybe substantial amounts will flow in the next 10 years in this one, and I feel that here it's not the government role alone. It should be the public-private partnership, or even the private people also to come into this one in their own way to this one. Now I could see that there is quite a lot of an opportunity, because now everybody sees this maybe water and sanitation as a kind of a social cause, but I say that it's not a charity or a social cause, but it's a business for everyone, including NABARD and financial institutions, MFIs, and everyone whoever is involved. So now we should come out of that stigma of saying that earlier this sanitation hygiene, if anybody talks, it's only the maybe the voluntary agencies doing some kind of a charity. Today it is not. I firmly believe that it is a kind of a business proposition for all the financial institutions. And here, as I told that earlier, I promised you when we met on the webinar, maybe almost 3-4 months back, as to what we are going to do. We have rolled out a product with a very, very concessional refinance to the MFIs, NBFCs, and also the Brahmana banks and everyone, where that maybe a kind of a 15 types of investments at the individual level can be financed by these MFIs or NBFCs. So some of them are the household toilet construction, repairing of the old sanitation unit, enlarging existing toilet into toilet cum bathroom, installing and adding wash hand facility, constructing or converting an existing toilet into an accessible family toilet, domestic water pump, borewell, tubewell, sumps, water connections, water storage tanks, rainwater harvesting structures, water filters and purifiers, community water purifiers, wastewater systems, SHGs for setting up sanitary napkin units also, and wash and repair retail mart, wash marts, etc. Now, when I look into this one, we have covered maybe substantial number of the investments that are required in this sanitation and hygiene category. So now here I'll say that what are the things right now, the entire concentration in this one, the next phase is maybe construction of toilets is one part, but the maintenance, then sustaining them and protecting them. So that SLRM, that is solid liquid resource management, will gain prominence, and we should really go in a big way to promote maybe such kind of agencies which are going to handhold this kind of an SLRM kind of units at every village or town level, so that the solid and liquid waste will be managed properly, and it can be converted into a productive kind of a manure, and it can become a business on its own, and at the same time reducing the pollution at every level, both at the groundwater level, leaching and other things can be stopped. So that is why now we are concentrating on looking into a kind of a funding opportunity to fund such kind of SLRMs at various levels. And also I am firmly of the belief that now this wash, in case if you do it because we are very big promoters of the self-help groups in the country. And when I look into it, we have close to around 10 million self-help groups with around 120 million women attached to that. Everyone needs such kind of a protective kind of a wash kind of a mechanism at their households. So now, when I look into this one, that when we started this SIG movement, everybody thought that this will be maybe one of the experiment, it will fizzle out, but thing is, it has not, it has become a movement. Now, today I will say that now everybody has come out of this kind of a thing, and now people from that maybe abject poverty have gone up a little higher, and they are also demanding some kind of facilities to this one. So now I will say this kind of a wash literacy, which we and also the Indian Sanitation Council and others have launched, has to go in a very big way to convince the people to borrow money. They may be small amounts, maybe 20,000, 30,000 or 50,000, and at the same time create the kind of a facilities they require so that it is for the safe kind of a toilet mechanisms, and also the hygiene, drinking water, and the girls' schools, maybe hygiene, everything has to be taken into account. So we are, as I was telling that, I never saw this one as a kind of a charity, though we do quite a lot of a charity work with regard to our operations. But this one, apart from that charity part, I'll say that it is a big business for everyone who is involved. And I am very upbeat, and I'll say that we have to invest, and remember, we may do so not for any social cause, but for retaining our margins, profits, and returns. So this is what I would like to say, that quite a lot of things are happening, and the next 10 years are going to, by 2030, we have commissioned one study with regard to the nutrition security. So there, one of the famous economists, which the study in the preface he has written, that now that SDG 6 has to be read in combination with the SDG 2. That the SDG 6 is the water and sanitation, while the SDG is the zero hunger. So now, in case if you have to attain the zero hunger and also healthy nation, it has to be read combinedly with the SDG 6, that is the water and sanitation. If both are there, there will be healthy growth of the kids, and there will be better citizens, and there will be better.
Yeah. So, Dr. Chintala, thank you very much. I know that you have been a strong supporter of financing in the sector, and we look to your continued engagement. You have very well highlighted the focus of NABARD through the SAGs and the micro-lending spaces, which are critical for us. So thank you for that. I can see that Vikram has popped back in. So Vikram...
yeah, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry about that, Nana. I'm actually visiting my parents in Chandigarh who are not keeping very well.
I was hoping
you know, the bandwidth.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to tell me you were in the US and I could have had a dig at you in terms of
I know, yeah, I'm here with them, and high-speed internet is not high on their priority list, so I'm sorry about that.
Well, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah,
so over to you,
so let me build on three things, Nana, real quickly. First of all, I'd like to build on what Mr. Dr. Chintala just said, as well as I listened into the last part of your conversation with Amitabh. And I'd just like to divide my comments, which won't be long, into three buckets. One is, how do you bring institutional capital at scale to address this issue? You know, Amitabh mentioned that we have $300 billion of investable projects in WASH. I would encourage the government then to think about using the model that they've used in roads, in airports, now thinking about oil and gas pipelines, transmission towers, where the government has actually created all these assets, but then created contracts around those assets, which are then investable by large pension plans and insurance companies around the world. So this, and again, I know we're talking about a 10-year plan here. So it's a question of really building a strong pipeline. I mean, the government's announced right now, we've got $12 to $14 billion of investable projects for pension plans. And I think WASH should be part of that. Right now, it's not. So what are the projects that the government owns and is running, which can be subject to long-term contracts and some consistent cash flow? And that's a really fantastic way for the government to raise money. It's basically, and it's been done around the world, it's kind of recycling of capital. Large institutional pools of capital will not have the risk appetite to go into greenfield projects in WASH or any other sector for that matter, any other infrastructure sector, unless you're an infrastructure operator. That's a different thing. But just I'm talking about third-party kind of financing long-term money, which has a commercial orientation to it. So the idea is that the best actual investor in those will be operators or strategic investors or the government. And once you kind of de-risk the projects, that's when you bring in institutional capital. So that's the first point, that this is working in roads. I mean, you know, one of my clients, the Canadian Pension Plan, is the biggest investor in roads right now through the INVIT structure. And INVIT structure is designed for brownfield projects, put operating projects in there, and you'll have institutional capital come in. They've been now a lot of the airports that have been developed by the Airport Authority of India, once they're up and running, there's a lot of interest in them. So I think we need to adopt a similar kind of model for WASH. So that'll be one thing. The second is this issue of technology and innovation. You mentioned Asha Impact. I think Asha Impact and other funds like Omnivore and others who are on this call don't really invest in deep technology to kind of create really technology innovation. We're investing in companies which have some sort of proven business model. It may be tech-oriented, but it's some sort of a proven business model which needs to be scaled up, where you need to bring not just money, but network and management skills. But talking about tough tech, which is what we call it, tough tech, it's an issue in clean energy as well. And this is which is basically you have lots of interesting ideas. Entrepreneurs come up with these great ideas, and then they come for financing. And it can't be just a $1 million, $2 million. If you're talking about tough technology to change kind of the landscape, these are $50, $100 million tickets. And most VC firms will not invest in those if there's no revenue or revenue is kind of far away. So a couple of institutions give examples outside. There's a company called Breakthrough Energy Ventures. It was set up by Bill Gates and a bunch of other philanthropists, but it's got a commercial orientation of Mr. Chintale. It is definitely investing in tough tech, which normal VCs may not go into. And it's got a 15 or 20-year time horizon, because the key focus is that regardless of the entire world moving to solar and hydro and other forms of renewables, and even carbon transition happening very aggressively, we still have to develop technologies to suck carbon out of the air, because otherwise we haven't solved the problem. And I think the WASH system too, so talking to the government or others of coming up with a longer term time horizon, NABARD can play an important role in that, but really focus on technology. The third piece I would say real quick is this issue of how do we make government spending and a lot of the DFI spending, which Paul correctly pointed out, more efficient. And I'm sure Royston and others will talk about this, but there are examples of social investment bonds, development investment bonds out there. There's one that was launched in Cambodia just November, which was targeted specifically to what's near and dear to your heart, Naina, which is that by 2025, we want to eradicate all open defecation in 6 districts in Cambodia. And it's basically a foundation gives in the money. I won't go into the details of social investment bonds, but we should experiment on those kind of structures for WASH as well. It's happening in education a little bit. It's happening in skilling. We should experiment with those on the WASH side. And so, and I can go through some more examples of those, but I think aggregating projects, making them investable, blended finance obviously is a key aspect, and getting the DFIs more to focus on this. So I say those are the 3 buckets. How do we get large institutional capital, brownfield projects? How do we get a longer term time horizon into tech and tough tech? And the third is how do we make government and other kind of spending more efficient?
Yeah. Vikram, I think it's great that you've covered this off the way you have, and this whole idea of recycling existing projects so it brings money into other things is such a good one to follow through. It's actually surprising we haven't done more of this. And
it's just one last thing on Naina. The reason why that happens is, and we've got to congratulate the government for this, they put in this thing called the INVIT. It's an infrastructure, basically an INVIT kind of the infrastructure fund, which creates a tax advantage or tax flow through so that pension plans and others can invest in these kind of consistent cash flow projects. And I'm sure there are lots of WASH projects. We are doing this for oil and gas pipelines. We should be able to do it for water pipelines and water treatment plants, right?
Yeah. So we look to you now to help us get this next INVIT for WASH and sanitation together. But it is actually an idea which we should see through very soon now. So thank you for that. And in terms of technology and funding, we look to other panelists to jump in. But given your mention of social impact bonds, let me just jump into Royston now to take forward some of the thoughts and work that you've done there, Royston. And Grameen has been instrumental in creating a customized instrument for the development sector to invest in social enterprises. And you've been able to look at this through the lens of social responsibility and commercial potential. So how does Grameen see this instrument as being beneficial to financing in water and sanitation? And can you tell us some more about partnerships you may have with NABARD and others?
Thank you so much, Nana. First, a quick sound check. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, very well. You're looking good and sounding good.
Thank you. That's the SDG stickers. So all credit to that. But talking about the SDGs and Amitabh's earlier session, I think the approach that Addis Ababa talked about was the billions to trillions. And in some ways, we in Grameen are now looking at it in a reverse sense, from the billions to the millions and probably even to the thousands and the hundreds. So we're actually looking at a model that's very different from the large side of the spectrum that Vikram talked about, with the billions of dollars coming into large pension funds. And we're looking at it saying, can we create micro bonds? So rather than creating $100 million SIB or a DIB, which seems to be popular across the world, we're saying, but that unfortunately takes 2 to 3 years to get done. Can we do $1 million bonds or $2 million bonds, but then do hundreds of them? So I think the model that we're looking at is pretty much similar to what we did with microcredit many years ago or decades ago, to saying how we look at a single social entrepreneur. So whether it's a Banka Biolu or whether it's a project that's looking at a FICCI FSTP single initiative, and that's looking at creating more utilization because today it's below 50%. Or as the earlier speakers talked about, creating localized treatment plants, so which need 50 lakhs to a crore. Can we create models for the small tickets and micro bonds for the smaller social entrepreneurs to be able to come together and raise funding for these projects? And this really struck us when we were looking at the broader SDG goals and seeing that, whether it's $2 trillion for India or $30 trillion globally, these need mainstream funding to come in. And one of the things that we already have, and both you and Amitabh talked about, is the need for replication, need for success stories. So when we have a model in microfinance that demonstrated the ability to create a blended pool of philanthropic funding, institutional funding, DFI funding, private funding, and then is able to reach today with people like NABARD and SIDBI really pushing this forward, $50 billion, then why not replicate those success stories of how that was created? Again, the point on ecosystem. The microfinance ecosystem didn't come up overnight. It worked with the RBI in creating a priority sector definition. It put microfinance within that. It then created rating and audit. It then created network agencies. So we need build, and really it's an effort to put in those pieces. But if we don't put in those pieces, we cannot reach the hundreds of millions or the billions that we want to reach. So is there enough of policy level commitment to create a change in the priority sector definition, a change in the social venture capital fund definition of SEBI, a change in the MCA definition of what 2% CSR can go into, a change in what the social stock exchange architecture would look at, and therefore creating what Luxembourg has as a green stock exchange? Can we create a gray stock exchange, which is looking at WASH in that sense, which is focused on pieces of that puzzle where we can create hundreds of these impact bonds that can get listed. And so I want to just summarize it in two parts. One, that we should be also looking at the ground up approaches. The $100 million are great, and looking at the broader big pieces. But can we have an army of social entrepreneurs, and in a crisis time, you see the best in them. So can we create pools of capital that we can fund social enterprises? And thanks to Dr. Chintala and NABARD, for the scheme that they've put together. And we would love to bring some of these social entrepreneurs together into bonds, whether it's farm ponds, whether it's FSTP, whether it is different projects around WASH, and allow the funding mechanism to actually flow through micro bonds. So that's really the dream. Micro bonds in phase one, scaling it up in phase two to having multiple investors, and then phase three, putting it on a social stock exchange. But creating the ecosystem along that 3 to 5 year pathway to be able to bring in rating, evaluation, third party specialists along the way in that process.
And Royston, you've had a lot of success in other sectors, and I know you're working hard to make some of this happen in wash and sanitation. So we will continue to support your work and hopefully some of the partnerships that can be developed even on this banner.
Thank you so much for that.
But thanks for that.
Thank you. And I mean, just to summarize, we did one on goal 5 for women's empowerment. We did the second on goal 8 for skilling and jobs, the third for goal 2 on food security, the fourth and goal 7 on clean energy. So we're really keen to do a goal 6 bond with you and your team in the ISC.
Yes, and we shall make it happen with Dr. Chintala's help in particular. We shall make that happen. So let me now turn to Dhanpal Javeri. And Dhanpal, your experience in finance is again, many decades long. And what we are, of course, hearing from the messages at the Addis Ababa agenda is that we need the private sector in. How do you see that the whole support for this transition by making financial systems a driver for change? How do you see this reflecting in India, specifically with regard to infrastructure development, and in particular, water and sanitation programs of the government?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. And it's been just great listening to everyone. I did catch Mr. Amitabh Kant's talk also, and Vikram and others over here clearly have had a phenomenal experience in this space. We are a relative, I would say, upstart or a youngster in this space. We, as a firm, have been now commercially oriented, raising and deploying capital in the Indian and Southeast Asian region. We currently manage a little over $5 billion. And it was 3 years ago where we got the opportunity and almost stumbled onto it to look at investing, doing impact investing, where we had the opportunity to get selected by the Indian and the UK governments to anchor a climate change fund. So with that, we set up a company, Eversource Capital. We manage close to about $7 million over there, which is primarily focused on 2 themes. The first being decarbonization of the energy value chain. And that starts from energy generation, going all the way down to users of energy, including electric transportation. And the second theme is around the circular economy, focusing on resource efficiency across waste, water, and energy. And our DNA is that of a commercial investor, but at the same time, we believe that today there is a very strong integration of commerce and social impact. And I think we're seeing that largely because of 2 trends. One is that we believe commercial or private capital drives innovation in industries. And I think a lot of the sectors that we're talking about today, the wash sector in particular, the real driving force will be how do we bring innovation, both I would say financial innovation and technological innovation and access innovation, right? Business model innovation, which Vikram talked about, to really make things happen. And the second is really, I would say, a slightly longer term approach, where one has to invest in building new business models. Unlike what Vikram talked about, a lot of the global capital today, which is really seeking safe harbor for investments, we actually take a fairly risk-oriented approach to becoming owners and operators and investing in both infrastructure as well as platforms which develop and own infrastructure. So we set about a year and a half ago looking at the water space. And as a result of our research, we've actually set up a platform called Everflow, which is investing on, and I would say, projects across the water cycle. So we are looking at desalination, which we believe today India is on a kind of a breakthrough position, where because of the challenges in water, desalination combined with very cheap solar energy could become an extremely attractive way to deliver water at an extremely affordable cost to both, I would say, cities as well as to industries. And the other part of the water equilibrium is really around wastewater management. And again, over there, what we are seeing is clearly that with the cost of water resource going up every day for industry, and therefore industry now not only has to think about how does it spend for that water, but how does it optimize the use of that water that it gets, is again driving new business models for the private sector to come in and participate and play over there. So our view for water really, and again, there is I would say, a larger infrastructure level, and then the distributed level at the unit micro level. I think what Royston talked about, what Dr. Chintala talked about, addresses a lot of the issues at the micro distributed level. But what we are focused on really at the utility scale level, that how can we bring a combination of capital and technology, where again, our platform is technology agnostic. So we work with all the best technology companies, both locally and internationally, to bring in the right solution on a long-term basis where we convert a resource as a service. What we want to eventually basically create a unitized cost of economics, a unitized model, which can basically go out and very simply tell utilities or users of that resource a simple way to basically pay for the service that they're getting. So whether it is water, whether it's treatment, whether there's any other services around that, we just go and unitize it. We think in many ways that will drive three things. One is further capital into the space. Two is the long-term debt financing, which needs to be there, which needs to see those kind of annual yields Vikram talked about. And three is using technology and capital to make it very efficient, such that these are sustainable economic models and not something that are just there at the time of building the asset. Finally, just one point, I've heard about the whole road model or the oil and gas model, etc. I think the challenge of most projects in India is really counterparty risk. And like many have suggested on this panel, the way to do it is what the government recently did it in the electric mobility space. And the FAME 2 regulations are maybe some sort of I would say, indicator of how we could even look at distributed water supply being dealt with it, where the government really has funded part of the upfront capex, but created a model contract, which basically banks as well as equity investors can underwrite. And that model framework contract is a basis on which the domestic utilities, whether it be state transport corporations or municipal corporations who are running transportation systems, can have to adhere to, such that the model becomes completely bankable. So through the Jal Ministry, if you can create sort of a model contract framework, bring in capital, I heard about concessional capital or impact capital, which may be available, and finally create a structure which is long-term sustainable nature by building economic models, which are privately driven and competitive in nature.
Dhanpal, we are so fortunate to have you as one of our advisors at the India Sanitation Coalition. This group, which was only recently formed, is one which is going to reach out to you, because I think some of the examples that Vikram, Paul, yourself have set out in the large infrastructure funding are clearly what we should be looking to do in the wash and sanitation areas. So we will certainly be coming back to you for that. And equally, what I think is so exciting about this panel is we have discussions down at the micro level, which between Dr. Chintale and Royston, and I'm sure Mark will comment on this as well, covers the small. And what we've also got is the large infrastructure examples that you and Vikram and Paul are setting out. So as we go forward, who better than Jayesh, who belongs to one of the largest banks in the world, my old employer, HSBC, to come in here and comment on your experience, Jayesh. You have been a colleague of mine. You, in fact, got the microfinance spaces and SME financing off the ground at HSBC when I was there. So how do you see improved water supply and sanitation alongside better management of resources as we go forward for improving economic growth? And what is your perspective on how this can play out in urban India, especially with regard to social infrastructure projects?
Naina, thanks for having me on the panel. So if you so from a bank's perspective, on the CSR front, we have done enough on both this, on the entire wash piece. But even when we see on a funding side, a lot of our microfinance lending we have seen has been used for sanitation. And the good part is that as we are progressing, as we are moving forward, even the regulator, even the Reserve Bank of India, has expanded the definition of priority sector. And as in when the flow of credit is required to such important areas, they do keep bringing this definition in the priority sector. So we already have a social infrastructure lending, which is a part of the priority sector, and we may review this definition as we go, because somewhere this is getting covered into the overall PSL. Okay. And the way recently which the Reserve Bank has done is getting a specific objective on agriculture, where they have created weightages on various district level weightages. They've created that the district which has got lesser credit flow, they've given multiple weightages, and the district where there is enough availability there, they have made the weightages lesser. So maybe of similar sort of weightages can also come into this specific area. This will help to get the credit flow or incentivize the banks to get into this. That's one. uh, if you recollect, you were the one who had started uh, the microfinance awards, and now it's the inclusive finance awards. And I'm happy to tell you that this year we have also included wash as one of the category for for the awards. And this shows that and as you mentioned earlier, that this is how the people will be recognized, and more financial institutions will be aware that what it's being done. And that's the journey which we are going to which we already have taken, and we'll go through that. That's it from my side.
Yeah, Jayesh, I'm delighted to hear. I mean, we have found that through our awards in sanitation, which we gave yesterday, the ones that we give for the SME and startup categories get a big help and hand forward in terms of financing and indeed positioning going forward. And we do help them scale up as a result. So I'm so glad that you've included WASH in these awards, and I'm happy to tell you that I will be part of the jury as well. So I'm really glad to see that focus continuing. The second, I think your idea on weightages is a very good one, which we would have to go to RBI, I guess, right? To help them, to get them to frame it so that it encourages banks to do priority sector lending across areas which look more difficult than others in order to earn the priority sector points. So we look to you for that. It's a great idea. Let me, sorry, go ahead, Jayesh.
Yeah. The other thing which to add is, a good thing is that even startups has been brought as part of the priority sector. And though each bank is framing the policies, but even the new entities which are coming in these areas, they will also now get covered in the startups. And we are creating a focus even on the startup area. So we could see more such areas getting covered within the SME space also.
Yeah, and that's really exciting because we have seldom seen startups qualify even in priority sector lending. So this is really a big move. I want to bring Mark in here, Mark from Omnivore, and Vikram also alluded to some of the work you're doing, Mark. Thank you very much for being with us. And I saved you for last because I wanted you to hear what others have said and to comment as much on some of the ideas and thoughts you've heard. Now, you are a significant investor in startups. You're working in the agricultural sector. Clearly, it's an area that we can learn from in terms of wash and sanitation. So given your experience in funding startups, what synergies do you see for us in water and sanitation? And what best practices can you share that could help build a similar vibrant ecosystem for wash?
So I think there are analogies and similarities between the agri-tech startup ecosystem that Omnivore has had to build over the past decade and the WASH ecosystem that you're trying to build. I'm going to slightly disagree with Vikram on one point, which is that while I certainly think that VC funds are not, other than say Benchmark Breakthrough Energy Ventures, are not well placed to do $50 million, $100 million bets in 2-decade-long tech development processes. I think there are a lot of opportunities as an ecosystem is taking off to make smaller technology-based bets in product companies. And in fact, if you look at the biggest difference between Omnivore today versus, say, Omnivore 7 or 8 years ago when we were just getting started, is today when there is much more capital available in the agri-tech ecosystem, we tend to bet on more operating businesses at scale, right? We tend to bet on businesses that are more capital intensive because they have the ability to raise that capital in ongoing rounds. If you look at what we invested in early on, we invested in a lot of technology businesses that had, say, 2 to 4 year tech development periods, and where they were able to bring out products, right? Not in a terribly long term, but in just a few years, that were able to have a difference in the agricultural space. A good example of that is EcoZen, which made 2 products. One, the most efficient solar pump controller in India. The second, micro cold storage systems that start the farm gate, that start cold storage at the farm gate itself. We backed an IoT company called Eruvaka that's now become the global IoT platform for Nutraco, a Dutch multinational in animal nutrition. And all of these were essentially Indian product companies that we funded pre-product. And so I think there's quite a bit of scope in the WASH space to fund product innovations with venture capital initially, and then eventually, right, as more and more capital comes into this space, then you can start funding more capitally intensive business models at scale. And so I think that's probably the biggest similarity between the two spaces. And I would hope people are starting to look at product companies like that, because for many early stage product companies that are, say, more IoT based, right, you're talking about a couple $1 million to get a product to market that can be revenue generating quite early on. And so hopefully we can find examples of that in the WASH space and back them.
Mark, that must be music to the ears of a lot of young startups in the WASH sector, where we get 2 types of startups, right? One is, of course, tech type of companies, and there's lots of room for improvement there. But the other is also service provision, where it's not technology, but it is the services end of it, which also requires innovation. The classic case is one of the awardees who has been much feted over our last 2 days is Bandicoot, which use robots for cleaning and therefore replacing manual scavenging in terms of cleaning sewers and pipes, etc. So it's not so much the robot as much as the way they're able to replace a service. So it's these models which are really quite simple if you look at them, quite easy to implement if you think about what it's about, but where we still struggle to see finance come in. So when you say that, yes, there can be models for VCs, we don't have that many VCs that focus on WASH. They don't exclude it, but they don't focus on it. And so the whole water and sanitation space tends to get pushed aside somewhat. How would you suggest we begin to get center stage and attention from these VC funds who should be looking, exactly as you say, at the WASH sector?
I mean, I think one of the reasons why you don't see more venture capital in the WASH space is the perception that it's entirely public sector, that right, that there aren't a lot of entrepreneurial ventures worth looking at. And I think if you take the at least the impact investing community where Royston and Vikram and I all sit, I think if you can showcase product companies, because the reality with Bandicoot is it's still fundamentally a product company. It may deliver that product through a service, but the innovation is in the product itself. I think if those are packaged collectively, right, you may be able to build some interest in the space. The nice thing about product companies is that you can actually exit them, right, fairly early if the products work. And again, we've seen this. We've had 3 or 4 exits of that sort, right, where the products were all at, $1 million of sales, right, and we're able to get an exit because someone else is able to acquire that product, that IP, and scale it up further. And so I actually think product companies can be very, very good from a capital efficiency perspective for VCs. So I would say, if you can do, if you can do an event that features multiple product companies and allows entrepreneurs to start understanding the space, I think that would be very positive. I think the other point to make is that, there's definitely, from a VC perspective, very little attention on the sector. Omnivore spent 10 years beating the drum of agri-tech, and it was only in year 7 that we really began to see interest from generalist VCs. So sometimes it's just a long slog, and hopefully, if you can segregate startups from all of the other activities in the space and present those startups to impact VCs, hopefully we can start seeing some traction in this area.
Well, Mark, that's very, very hopeful for us, and clearly gives us a little courage to work in this sector, because we have struggled, quite honestly. But it is needed. And there are both young and old folks out there who have ideas, thoughts, products, which are really looking for that finance. So it is a role that we would like to play, and come back to you. Any other thoughts from Vikram? If you can still hear us, I can see you're having trouble with your line, or Royston on some of this impact financing space. Here's Vikram.
No, I just put my thing on mute. So no, I would kind of echo Mark's point. You see, like in a VC firm, or his Omnivore has been a leader in agri-tech, as he said, is that you need to develop some sort of a domain knowledge, right? You don't kind of one-off randomly invest in like a wash company. And so you'll find that some VCs have and most of them actually have a big, especially on the impact side, have historically had a big bias towards financial services, because it was, there was microfinancing, but there was also other opportunities to really put some early money in and scale and bring in commercial capital, and et cetera, et cetera. It then took a while to get to education. It's still, healthcare is still not there in a way. I mean, people still are very skeptical about investing in impact-oriented healthcare early startups. And so I think part of the issue is that, as Mark rightfully said, it's kind of a evolution process. But one thing to think about is whether you set up, just like you have Omnivore for agri-tech, like set up a Omnivore equivalent for wash tech or something like that, and get a bunch of folks to kind of invest in it as a startup fund, 15 million, 20 million, I don't know what the right number is, to really just focus on the wash sector and build expertise around that, to invest in early kind of companies that like Mark does on the agriculture side.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just takes too much bandwidth. I mean, I'm looking at my own, like Asha Impact. We've done some stuff in waste management, a little bit in financial services, and now we're starting to do in agri-tech. But we only have like a few people, and so how many domain expertise can you build? And the model is actually around, the whole VC model is, low numbers of people, low resources, and scale. So I would think you may want to think about that.
Okay. And so we really have to make it easier for that transition for VCs into this space as well. So let us look at that. Royston, anything from you?
The ability to find natural allies, I think that is something that could unlock capital again. So if Gates is looking at putting grant in a certain piece, can that grant become a guarantee rather than a grant? Because de-risking of large projects, can we now look at the de-risking of the smaller projects? And that becomes therefore appealing for a family office to say invest in a wash bond. And then look at probably if that wash bond says we're going to reduce ODF, or we're going to create more UTPs, and then a CSR, maybe Reckitt Benckiser or Unilever or someone else who is motivated by exactly those outcomes can then come in and say, we can incentivize you so that your coupon reduces. So can we create really a zero coupon wash bond where you're bringing in a blend of different stakeholders with the same motivation but a different approach? So Gates is interested in the same outcome, or the Jal Shakti Mission too, or a corporate CSR, but you put it in the same instrument. And we did that for skills, where we said that Acumen Fund is interested in helping people get empowered and jobs. So they became the guarantor. Grameen Impact was the impact investor. And then EduBridge and LaborNet and iPrimed and iStar and Empower Pragati became the implementing partners. And then CSR comes into the coupon if number of jobs created and number of months on the job matrices are met. So the same thing can be done here. Who are the 4 or 5 product companies that were your winners in your awards yesterday? Can they be put into a single bond? And if Gates provides the guarantee, Grameen is ready to provide the debt funding for them, and Mr. Chintala and others can help scale that portion up, and then we can work with CSR to become the outcome funders depending on the milestone. So we don't really need to have the type of VC-based intelligence, but we can work with ISC who knows the sector well and say, define the matrices for me and tell me what we should look for. So we come in with the commercial hat and de-risking and returns hat. You come in with the expertise on the sector, and we stitch together something that then, if it can be done, we can do hundreds of. And I think that's really what I want to leave behind.
Yeah. So these are great ideas, and some of these we're working on, but we're going to need a lot of guidance from you. And thank you, Royston, for the work you're doing with us as is. Natasha leads our financial vertical and is a core part of our ISC, the India Sanitation Coalition team. So I'm sure she's taking copious notes here, and we will look to have her lead off on some of these excellent ideas. Let me turn to you, Paul. We've had some mention of global examples. I think Vikram mentioned some. Cambodia got mentioned. Which countries do you think we can turn to for what is working in terms of funding or success in the wash areas? Are there models we can pick up on? There's the private sector type of models that Vikram alluded to, the INVITs. There are certainly public sector type fundings, which we can also look at, where we've had the multilaterals involved in. Are there examples that you would like to share with us?
Thank you, Naina. I think just to say, India is full of entrepreneurs and innovators, and you have a very good experience in terms of investing in DFI. So I think, the ecosystem is present in India. It's just, I think, to sort of galvanize and create the right environment. We, from a OECD policy perspective, we think, going to the impact examples, there is, I think, to create the market, a couple of points. You need to have a really rigorous measurement and monitoring evaluation framework to really sort of think about the development impacts and avoid this whole issue of impact washing. There does need to be a sort of improvement in regards to enhancing data, collection systems, thereby increasing transparency and providing benchmark and understanding from external investors. And then also improving the enabling environment, blended finance. means your regulatory policy frameworks that constrain commercial investments and getting some of the investments, both India but overseas. I mean, in terms of hard currencies, of course, most of these projects you want to link sort of the revenues with the financing. So if it's Indian finance, it makes it easy in terms of the currency mismatch. But there's also a need for a level, coordination at the policy level. With regard to the multiple layers in the Indian system with municipalities, you need to look at the scale of the municipality and sort of look whether you can increase things and pull things so that you get bigger projects. You need a pipeline. You need a really strong signal from the government that they are wanting to move on this. And I mean, we've heard some ideas on asset recycling, whereby you sort of look to investments into new green sustainable projects from selling, and the state can have a role in that. We have seen some good examples in Jordan, where some role for the Millennium Challenge Corporation, where they've done some very big PPPs in that country. But I think, we're sometimes, when we talk about the water sector, there's so many subsectors and sort of parts of it that you could commercialize. So there does need to be, a conversation in India, like mutually agreed definition and metrics on which parts of the water system we're referring to, which ones would be suitable for the VC, which ones would be always going to probably be a massive public investment, and which others parts of the system can have a bit of sort of cross support from more commercially orientated parts of the water system to support others. So at multiple levels, I don't think, to go to your question, there isn't any sort of perfect answer out there. It's a multitude of factors that really encourage the water system to become more, to attract more private investment. At the policy level, you need a strong political. The two big things that concern external investors are political risk and foreign exchange. So if you take those out of the picture, that sort of encourages, I think, certain degree of flows to potential projects.
And I think, Paul, you're so right. The statistics are quite dismal in India in terms of private sector engagement in the sector. I'd highlighted earlier that only about 10% of the sanitation financing happens from the private sector in the country. And emerging markets can be in that sort of 20 to 30% bracket. Developed countries are at 80%. So we have quite a long journey to cover here. And a lot has to do, I think, with the maturity of the system, the regulatory frameworks and the political risks, and maybe foreign exchange risks too, as you highlighted. So lots of work to be done there. Let me ask the panel, and any of you who feel competent to jump in on municipal bonds. One of the big issues remains that water and sanitation in particular, tends to fall within the municipalities. But the state of the municipalities, their finances, also impairs the growth and development of the sector. We've seen the first tranches of municipal bonds now being raised by some of the municipalities. But any thoughts on how we might approach this and the success of this model of municipalities raising money specifically for sanitation and water? Not a subject anyone wants to jump into.
Well, yeah. So I think the issue with, if you look at municipality kind of programs elsewhere, typically, and in India, so first of all, municipalities should, it's a very natural thing for them to be raising money to do, water projects in their local areas. The issue is that the underlying credit risk is just too high for any kind of normal investor to go in there. And so if there's a mechanism where, whether it be the DFIs or the government, the central government, or some form of credit enhancement, I just don't think I think it'd be, or even from the private sector, I think, otherwise getting in significant amount of capital into the muni bond market without that kind of credit enhancement would be very, very difficult to do. But there are creative ways to do it. The other thing, which is, I think, a big hindrance to WASH and just any infrastructure project for that matter, is just a lack of long-term debt. We've been focusing quite a bit in this thing on the equity piece, but debt financing is typically 50-75% of these projects, and bank financing. I mean, clearly HSBC and others are kind of focusing on it, but it gets to the broader issue that we don't have a yield curve in India. There is no, and all these projects that we're talking about require 15, 20-year kind of money. And so I think that, and then that, as do the muni bonds. And so I think that needs to come in, and maybe there's a way for you to kind of plug into that, Naina, in terms of helping develop this, long-term kind of yield curve. And we're talking about it at the central government, but maybe there's a muni bond kind of yield curve to develop as well.
Yeah, I think, so much could happen with the credit enhancement. The government is already looking at some of these credit enhancement models, not necessarily for WASH, but we could use that money that exists through credit enhancing, as you say, to get some of these projects off the ground, or some of the fundraising off the ground. Long-term funding is an issue across the infrastructure sector. So whether we can solve it for sanitation per se, I don't know. But certainly one way is what you suggested at the outset, which is to securitize and refund projects which are already viable, and let that money recycle to new things, as the old, which look more de-risked, can get funded otherwise.
Yeah, and I think, Naina, just one last thing is, and I think somebody on the panel mentioned, maybe it was Mark, that there's this perception that WASH is a public utility and it's like a not a profit thing. And, that's where maybe roads were, like when the PPP thing started in the roads in the mid-2000s, no one wanted to pay any tolls. And it was like, this is like a public good. We don't want to do it. The same thing happened in the energy side. I mean, people had to pay, but we should be getting it significantly subsidized. So I think just as a kind of an advocacy point, getting the word out there that WASH is actually a could seriously be a seriously profitable business if done correctly, I think would be, I'm not knowledgeable about WASH at all, but that is my perception too. So.
Yeah. And you're not far from the truth, sadly. So yes, we do need to move it along.
Naina, just to add to that,
sure,
I think if you look at it, and we're seeing these models now more so, is that it starts with basically what are we pricing the resource at? And to the point of public good or a public service, water in public utilities today, we're supplying water to homes versus offices versus industries. Pricing is pretty much within the, I would say, municipal corporation is pretty much the same, right? It's not too bit differentiated. But if you look at state utilities providing water to industries, the pricing is 10x to 15x of what they price to the retail customer. And it's a similar model that one needs to get into place as to how do you split the revenue based on the profile of the consumer. How do you start measuring what you deliver, and how do you start pricing it well and then collecting it? So I think there is a incentive for states to support municipal corporations to do that. The way the center is doing it with the states, I think there's a model between the state and the cities that could be developed. We've seen it happen in certain states, in other public services, where the state actually creates a funding mechanism in their budgetary allocation and makes it available to that particular municipal corporation for that public service. And the other thing, like I said, is that once you've got the revenue model fixed, is to then figure out how do you get basically the capex side fixed, because even after fixing revenue, the capex may be a little bit more than what the revenue model supported. And I would say once you fix these two things, you're possibly creating long-term incentive for private debt as well as equity to come.
Yeah, and I think, Dhanpal, what you say is so right. We could still have models where, after all, this is a public good, and government can't be let off the responsibility of providing it. But what we can do is leverage that government finance in a way that encourages the private sector, rather than the government be the only provider. And I think those are the PPP models which we have to look to build. I want to ask you, in real estate, one of the big policies is for buildings over a certain size to provide for treatment, the FSTP plants. So it's kind of inbuilt into the cost anyway. unfortunately, what emerges is it becomes a tick box exercise. The plant is indeed provided to the building to get its occupancy certificate, and 6 months later, that FSTP plant is dead. How would you see a model which works there? Because after all, it's financeable because it's part of the building cost. And as someone who lives in that building, you have to pay the charges. So how can we ensure that the operating and maintenance model is provided for?
I think it's pretty much happening across most of the services that you see, and it's starting with industry and commercial buildings, is that more and more of the CapEx now is basically being converted into a service model. It's an OpEx model, and we're seeing that happen in energy. We're seeing that happen in cooling services, for example, where rather than investing in your own HVAC systems, you basically go and just buy cooling services, and you pay on a cooling per unit of cooling air that you've cooled delivered. It's a very similar model that one needs to get in. But I think the bigger challenge really is enforcement, right? That today, while laws are in place, the enforcement of the law is pretty weak. And as long as developers believe that they have an opportunity to kind of get away with a very light touch enforcement, they will continue to find ways to basically, I would say, over-optimize these models.
I guess this is where the role of us as citizens comes in, right? The awareness that if you want to be in a building which has a strong operating and service model on everything, including provision of sanitation and an understanding.
Eventually, it reflects in the valuation, right? If you see the better governed properties will always get a better rental and a better kind of value to the property as compared to ones which are not. And it's that mindset, right? That one you have to create and maintain value, you're going to do it the right way. And green buildings are in many ways are actually getting much cheaper financing. I'm sure Jayesh may talk about it, or some of the other debt providers, right? They're clearly looking at ways and means to make it available, as long as you demonstrate that you're really doing things to make things much more eco-friendly.
Yeah. So on green buildings, any thoughts? Because this is a great way of burying water and sanitation into the overall cost and ensuring that we can at least have that part of the infrastructure correctly handled for us. So any thoughts on that? Nope. Well, I can just tell you that, and Jayesh, you can maybe step in here from an HSBC perspective, but banks like HSBC only go into buildings that are LEEDs gold or platinum rated. So it's almost a given that the building better be green at a point that is well certified for marquee occupants to step in. And maybe that is what we require.
Yeah, Nana, you're right. And whatever discount, the lease rental discounting also what we do, we ensure that the building is green certified, and only if it meets that criteria, we go ahead with funding. And even this is also part of the group objective, which we need to take care. In fact, in India, we have created a specific person responsible whose objective is a senior resource whose objective is to ensure that we develop models of financing into this. Recently, we also now tying up with IFC in terms of getting their insights of how we can create either a refinance model or an advisory model to take this to the next level.
Well, that's good to hear, Natasha. You're hard at work there. That's great to hear. So, time to close this panel. Let me just come back to each of you in terms of last comments. I think we've had some excellent suggestions here, which we have been encouraged by Niti Aayog to go back to them with, and also to look at some of the work they're doing. So with that in mind, let me turn to each of you. Why don't I just call you out one by one? Vikram?
Yeah, I think WASH is low down on everyone's priority list as far as infrastructure goes, and which is so fantastic that you're the chair of this coalition to kind of move the needle on that. I think what has happened in the last year with COVID and the health crisis is that people have realized that this should not be that low on the list. And clearly, Swachh Bharat in India recognizes it, but still relative to others it is. And there's no one solution. I think the panels have done a fantastic job of looking at the micro solutions all the way up to the macro solutions, the technology solutions from a product and service standpoint. So I would encourage you, Nana, and whoever else is driving this, is that there are a lot of individual parts. There's no one magic bullet, and be patient. I mean, I think this is a 5-10 year kind of plan.
Yeah. Well, we need you and all of you on board to help drive this. And we will come back to you again and again for your ideas and indeed clout to make this happen. Mark?
I liked Vikram's idea of a dedicated, be it small venture fund to start priming the pump in this area. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's certainly not something that, but I think the idea of getting, a 150 crore VC fund off the ground that focuses in this space could be very interesting and should be a priority. And I hope that someone hears this, that wants to build that and starts taking that forward, because I think it could do a lot of work towards building this ecosystem and making it viable for other investors to come into.
Yeah. And Mark, we'd love to replicate your success in the agri sector. So thank you for your comments there. Royston?
Just picking up the word ecosystem from Mark, I think putting the other pieces of that ecosystem, the ratings, the audit, the policy level pieces, I think putting them all together so that creates the right momentum. And for me, to be here at the next panel next year with you, to say that we've done a bond with your award winners of the last 2 or 3 years, which all the sort of players who've been on this conference over the last 2 days have a role to play. So there's a guarantor, there's an investor, there's an implementing partner, and there's a CSR who can pay the incentive. So let's do it.
Yeah, Royston, I hope we don't have to wait a year. We've got to get it done before. But certainly, that is a challenge that we must take to its logical end and continue the good work you guys are doing already, you and Natasha. Paul?
I think he's left.
Have we dropped him? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So, Nana, Paul is dropped off.
Okay, so last comments from Dhanpal?
Well, everything's been said, at least from my perspective. But the only thing I would say is that the ability to try and price water correctly has an ability to unlock a lot of value. Utilities are sitting on a lot of this resource. And the resource, if correctly priced to the correct consumer and properly measured and monitored, I think there's a lot of money to be made out here. And money which can be shared for the greater benefit. Because it doesn't mean that you price something that it's like solar, right? Solar price is already the latest. Solar bid was at 2 rupees per unit. No one ever, even 3 years ago, imagined that India would be selling solar power at 2 rupees. So I do believe it's a similar breakout moment available in water. And it's also a very serious issue which one needs to deal with. So I think what you're doing with the ISC, and I think what you're doing across all of these financing discussions is generating at least the right kind of momentum which is required for people to think in a focused way and ultimately start coming out with solutions.
Yeah. Well, pricing of water is so political that we dare not open with that. But you're absolutely right that getting to the right price, and right now industry clearly pays an arm and a leg for water. But we do need to ensure that we have more efficient water use also through maybe a tiered system of payment, keep the lower level free, as in basic use, and then begin to charge.
So just one very limited point. The Gujarat government actually raised tenders for desalination of water.
Yeah.
The pricing that they got for that water is about 30% lower than what it costs them to produce their own water.
Wow. Wow.
So there is a way to deliver, right? If you are able to bring in the private sector in a very corporate, I would say, a kind of a co-optation manner.
Yeah, well, that really is an interesting example I wasn't aware of. So, maybe desalination will save the day for India then. Wonderful. And Jayesh?
So one thing which I'm closely working with Natasha, and maybe on the regulatory front, see that how we can bring more more areas into this, and how we can make this more effective. So that's what the work which we'll keep doing with.
Yeah. Thanks, Jayesh. And again, thank you for, we have you and Dhanpal as our advisors, and we will continue to bug you for information and advice. And for those of you who are clearly, there with us working on some of these products and ideas, we're not going to let you go. So thank you all for being such important part of what is really our most critical area of work going forward this year, which is finance. Because without finance, nothing that we are envisaging is going to happen. Natasha, over to you.
Thank you, Nana. That was great. And I just want to say one last word. It's not just Dhanpal and Jayesh that we call upon everybody, because I'm very good at asking for stuff. So as they all know, so that's something that I will enjoy doing going forward. Right. So I think we're now at the end of the second day, Nana. We have one last event, which is the launch of the digital campaign, which I will ask you to do with the help of our team.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Nana, you're on mute. You're on mute.
So for everyone there, this little treat has been prepared in-house and is something which we will take forward through the year. Tara embodies the aspirational India, an India that wants to get rid of the shackles of poverty, inadequate sanitation, healthcare, and the inequalities that prevail here. Tara is a young girl who neither understands nor accepts the world as it is. She is our little star with dreams in her eyes, who wants to grow up in a world that is cleaner, healthier, where educational opportunities are open to all, and where everyone, young or old, can realize their full potential. Tara's life, her constraints, her dreams define the story of each and every child across the world, whether it be children fighting against climate change, canvassing for more equitable opportunities, or just seeking a world where holistic development is not a privilege, but an inalienable right. And the campaign, which is being launched here today, will continue into the next 12 months, with this being the first of several such videos we will launch, which will interlink SDGs to, and particularly SDG 6, to the other SDGs as seen through the eyes of Tara. Now, in addition, ISC will work with its partners and other intermediaries in the industry to curate knowledge pieces. You saw some of them today, so that we can have studies on the interlinkages between SDGs 6 and 5. So as we look at SDGs 6 and 5, some of the reports that we have in this regard will, in fact, form the body of the work as we go forward. And we will look at how investment in water and sanitation benefits gender, benefits livelihoods, benefits health. And each quarter, we'll see the launch of a new study linking SDG 6 to these other SDGs, highlighting the interdependencies and where private sector funding is critical. You've got an of the interlinkages between SDG 6 and SDG 5, and we will continue to establish these interlinkages through the year. Meeting our SDG targets is an ambitious ask, and most would say unachievable, given the short time frame we have as a nation that is seeking to achieve so much in so little time. But what we need to remember is ambition is the path to success. Persistence is the vehicle you arrive in. So here we are at the end of 2 days with all of you having given us a very patient hearing, of having participated. But we don't stop here. Your thoughts, your inputs, your comments are all critical for us to inform our work over the next year before we come back to you again with our next conclave. So with that, I now would like to draw these 2 days of deliberations to a close. I want to thank all of you who made it possible. First and foremost, those of you in our audience who make the effort that goes into this event just worth every bit of our while. And the awardees, our jury, which patiently sat through reams and reams of papers to arrive at the right winners for us. And most important, our sponsors, which you see in the two lists on either side of the auditorium you have been facing, which includes Dettol or Reckitt Benckiser, ACC Cement, Hindustan Unilever, HSBC, Larsen & Toubro, Nayara, UNICEF, the Aga Khan Foundation, and our broadcast partner, Times Now, and our print partner, The Morning Standard. We've had excellent deliberations from panelists, all of whom showed up, ministers, secretaries, every one of our thought leaders, CEOs. Thank you to each of you. And last but not least, the India Sanitation Coalition team, the team which makes all of this happen day after day and year after year. For the work that you do and the change that you bring into the country, into our environment, and your persistence in ensuring that nothing, not the COVID pandemic, not even the fact that we were not able to hold the event physically as we normally do, got you down, and you provided the solutions, the ways for us to bridge these gaps and come forward with solutions for every challenge that you face. So to the ISC team, I turn to you. Can we have a visual of the team so we can thank you together and in person? So go ahead, a virtual in person. The team. Very camera shy there, Natasha. You're on mute. Yeah.
No, they'll be coming on. That's exactly what I'm just.
Well,
they're coming on now. Yeah. Give them a minute.
Can we have the individual contributions otherwise?
I think they're here, Nana, but we can't seem to be. What's this saying? Okay, this is they're there. I can see him. I can see them there, but they don't seem to be.
Yeah, can't hear them.
Yeah,
so
maybe we should just close it, Nana. Just close it.
All right.
Yeah.
We're struggling. We did want to thank each of our team members individually, but they are camera shy, I guess. And we will. Yeah.
Am I visible?
Yes.
Not really. You need to. Yeah, there you are. There you are. There
Okay.
you are.
Finally.
Oh.
Our team. Well, wonderful. Wonderful to see you all. So.
Thanks very much, and hi everyone. Good evening, and it's been a outstanding deliberation over a couple of days. I'm Sanjeev. I'm looking after the knowledge management vertical within India Sanitation Coalition, and believe me, it's an excitement year after year, event after event, and especially during the pandemic. I'm so glad that we've been able to do a lot, and which has been acknowledged by our chair. So really grateful the opportunity that India Sanitation Coalition has actually given us. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sudeshna, and I manage the advocacy, branding, and communications vertical at the India Sanitation Coalition. Just want to talk about how advocacy and communication have been integral to the goals of the India Sanitation Coalition. Communications in particular has been a critical tool for us to engage with policymakers at the central and state level, corporate sector in India, civil society, and urban and rural communities across the country. During the pandemic, we at ISC have stressed upon innovative uses of digital media to not only broaden the scope of our work, but also to expand the imprints of our activities. My sincere thanks to the chair, my colleagues at India Sanitation Coalition, our members, partners, and all our advisors who have supported us through thick and thin. Thank you so much. With that, I hand over to my colleague, Chaitali.
Chaitali, you're on mute. Chaitali, you're on mute.
I don't think.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you. I'm Chaitali. I work with Ms. Natasha Patel. We at the Financing for Sanitation IC Vertical have had a quite eventful year. We released 2 ebooks. One was the Blended Financing for Sanitation, and second, the one that we released today, Interlinkages between SDG 5 and 6. Going forward, we plan to work closely with the NITI Aayog to create detailed sanitation maps for each states of India, to highlight the gap areas, to arrive at precise funding requirements along ISC's vision, that is build, use, maintain, and treat. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaitali. You're on mute, Nana.
So I don't think anyone else wanted to speak. Let me just close this now with Meenakshi as our CEO and the wonderful team that you have led. Natasha, the role that you play as a critical leader in this coalition of ours, and all the others that support some of the work we do, Ribia in particular, who is refusing to come in front of us today. And I would just again repeat that it has been wonderful to have all of you working with us. So thank you all. And a big thank you to FICCI for the support that you provide the India Sanitation Coalition, and specifically to the Secretary General, Dilip Chenoy.
Thank
so
you.
with that, thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you,
ma'am.
Bye. Bye.